Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in.
Hello, everybody. We are back. Yeah, I was supposed to be able to, my picture up there, I forgot. I have to go over to Facebook and get them going. Hope you're doing well this evening. It has been a day. Hey, public on Facebook. There we go. All righty, y'all. Okay, y'all. So, what are we watching tonight? Well, what we've been watching for the last couple of nights. We are here for the Linda Stermer trial, day 5. And let me catch y'all up. Miss Stermer was accused of unaliving Mr. Stermer. Well, how did she do that? I don't have 100% clear picture on that yet. Sorry. Trying to get comfortable. I don't have 100% clear picture on that yet. Allegedly, she is being accused of trying to unalive him by starting a fire in the home and catching him on fire in the home, which caused a home fire. And then she allegedly ran him over with the van. Yep. Now, here's the interesting thing. The attorneys are more entertaining in this case than anything I've ever seen when it comes to this case. Because this case, but the entertainment with these attorneys are hysterical. So let me kind of give you the lay of the land. Okay. So I'm going to do this so you can get a click. This is the district attorney team. These 3 are the main attorneys. Okay. This over here is an attorney. This is an attorney. There's an attorney. And no, this is the defendant, the blonde headed. So you have this guy here is not the attorney. Or is he? Yes, he is the attorney. I'm sorry. Now, this woman here is dating another guy that's helping with the defense team. And he looks just like him, but it's not him. It's cray cray. Okay. But I want to come in and say toxic. Thank you so much for coming in. Like it. Yana. Yahoo. You're here, Yana. June, you are amazing. Thank you so much for all the documents. Oh, one sunny day. Thank you for joining, Jess. Thank you so much. And Haley Mouse, I think, is off with her husband. They watch TV about this time every night. Or no, maybe not. Maybe she's in bed. I don't know. She's in Australia. She's Australia. So I hope everybody got a drink. I hope everybody got something to eat. I got a little candy to munch on. So we have come in from a day of a very long closing arguments by the district attorney in the Monica Simontilli trial. And we are ready for entertainment because it has been so dry. I feel like we've been in the desert. I'm ready to get to the beach. Give me something. I'm dry. I'm thirsty. Give me some entertainment. So we're going to zoom through this, and here we go. They do talk kind of slow, so we've been doing it at 1.5 speed. We will slow it down if we need to, but they talk about like this. Yeah, and some of the witnesses were worse than that. So we've been zoomies. Her hair looks different today. What did they do? Is that her? Hair looks different. Yeah, that's her. I don't know what they did to her hair. Looks like it's been colored. Looks like she actually got it colored. I don't see any roots. It's all one color. That's what it was. The woman got it colored. Honey boo, you go to jail. You ain't going. Yeah, that's going to take a while to grow out. But anyway, we are getting ready to start day 5. Here comes the woman you see here is the mother of the husband, the decedent. This is the aunt. These are family members. They've had to come in and out of court. Yep, she got her hair done. They've been having to come in and out of court because they've been showing some really bad photos that no mother should be able to see, should want to see, should have to see. So I don't know where the boyfriend is. Is what it is. I'm going to zoom.
On the record, in the case of People versus Linda Stermer, all are present except for the jury. Any matters to address before we bring them in?
Yes, I have the motion.
Me.
Oh, great. We already have a sidebar.
Sidebar.
We started playing sidebar music. Take a vote. Do you guys like having sidebar music, or do you want me not to play sidebar music? Let me know. Not a chance. Yeah, it does look like it's freshly done. Have you ever been in an elevator with a woman who just got her hair done? Like that day or the day before, back in the day, when it was so pungent? You could smell the perm or that. Oh, perms were worse than the hair color. Someone got a perm back in the 80s and early 90s. Perms were a big deal. Now, we do have them today, but not at all like what we used to. Okay, cool. And I got to tell y'all, getting in an elevator with a woman that just got her perm done. Oh, and I love that in, what was that?
Also, before we bring in the jury, the record should reflect that we do have 15 jurors here, 3 to be excused when the time comes, because of some confusion between the court rule and statute on the number of alternates allowed and whether there's a 14 cap. There's also the case of People versus Missouri, 100 Mishap 310, a 1980 case. But in any event, parties all agreed that 3 alternates would be appropriate due to the length of the trial. Is that a correct statement?
That is an accurate correct statement, Your Honor.
Agreed? Okay, thank you. We will bring in the jury.
I don't know, they still stinky. Legally Blonde. I love that moment when she goes, wait a minute, you got your hair permed, right? Anybody knows when you get your hair permed, you can't wash it for 3 days. Or you wash out, or you break down the perm. Love that freaking movie. You know, they're making another one. They are making another one.
Welcome back. Ms. Sigerty? Or Mr. Blair, I'm sorry. Sir, you come on.
We're easily confused.
Yes. As I've said before, you look so much alike.
Yes, easily confused. We would recall Scotland right on the witness stand.
So I'll swear you in again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And microphone near your mouth so the jury can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Leroy, let's go ahead and, if we can, kind of recap yesterday, just summarize very briefly. We were talking about determining the area of origin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we were going through your various hypotheses as to what may have been the area of origin at the Stermer residence. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And we had already disproved, it sounds like, 2 of your hypotheses as far as areas of origin from yesterday. Do you recall that?
I'm just object. Way that
I didn't use the word disprove. I eliminated.
Eliminate. Fair.
Yes. Or I was still working on.
I vaguely remember him.
I eliminated the east section of the house, and we were still discussing the south section.
Very good. And my memory serves correct. It looks like we were on People's Exhibit 34-13. I'll hand you those exhibits.
Oh, at the end of the month. Oh, unless the trial date has changed, I just realized at the end of the month, starting on the 28th, we have Corey Richens' trial. Or motion.
Yes. Yeah, I think I admitted them yesterday afternoon, like first thing.
Thank you, Donna.
And looking at 34-13, is that the photograph that's up on the screen?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. And is that your recollection where we may have left off yesterday?
Yes, we left off there yesterday. I was discussing the remains of the southern section of roof section. And I'd drawn your attention to a small area burning in the roof just to the west, or as we look at the photograph, the top portion of the ridge line of the roof. And I just suggested we switch to an interior view of the south section, which is going to be photo 22.
Before we go to 22, I did kind of neglect to ask this question of you. When you're evaluating burn damage, what are we looking for there?
Well, as I evaluate burn damage, I'm on the basics. I'm trying to find out how bad something is burned. And understanding the part that's burned the worst is the part that's gone. So, for instance, if we're at a campfire in the backyard and you put a log on the fire and it burns and it gets late, you go in, come out the next morning, and there's still remnants of the log left. The part of the log that's the furthest away from the fire has, sometimes it's even not even burned, but it has the least amount of char. And as you look down the log towards where the fire was, it gets smaller, because that is what we refer to as mass.
I was going to ask how that baby was. I think about that baby all the time. And I'm sorry, you got a teething little one.
Loss. Mass of the log has been consumed away. So there's mass loss. So that's one of the things we're looking for. If there's mass loss, that means this may have been closer to the fire. And then when you get down closer to where the fire was, there's nothing left. That's also a term of mass loss. So as I'm evaluating burn damage, that is one of the things I'm looking for, is the mass loss of material, or we'll also use the word fuel. And when a fire investigator uses the word fuel, don't confuse that with like fuel for your vehicle or anything. We're talking about anything that burns. Wood, paper, plastics, anything else that can burn, we consider fuel for the fire. So that's a generalization of when I'm looking at burn damage, what I'm doing. I'm trying to evaluate that burn damage to similar structures and that burn damage. The higher, the longer the burn, the more burn damage typically means that burned longer and it is closer to where the fire started.
Now, do you also evaluate burn damage on, say, things that are not part of the house, like a person?
Yes, it's one of the reasons I looked at Todd Stermer the night is to look at the burns on him. The burns on everything, furniture, the structure, and victims are part of the burn damage that need to be evaluated.
Very good. So now we're going to turn our attention, I believe you said, to picture number 22. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are we looking at here again?
So this photograph, I was standing in the central portion of the basement, looking towards the south. So in the previous overhead shot, the area where the roof was still intact, this is the rooms directly underneath it. So this is going to be the rooms in the southwest quadrant of the structure. I'm looking for the fire damage in these two areas. One of the things to notice is the amount of debris on the floor of the second floor. Obviously, is
that the area I'm pointing to here?
correct.
Okay.
Obviously, the floor between the first floor and the basement is gone. But you can see there's still wood or wall structure that's unburned, especially if you, at the photo, the top left of the photo, you can see a wall section that is unburned. And you can see a large amount of debris that the prosecutor pointed to earlier on the floor. Now, this debris would be a accumulation from both floors. Actually, the debris you're looking at on the top, that likely came from the first floor when the floor burned away and it collapsed down. The significance there is the amount of debris in this area is more solid than the area to the center. So what I'm saying is there's less mass loss of the fuel in this area than the center area. That determination helped me eliminate the south side of the structure as an area of origin.
And is the fact that the roof still appears to be intact in that area relevant? I'm not sure if we talked about that.
Yes, it is. That's part of the overall mass and the burn area of the south side.
So at that point in time, then you were able to eliminate that particular area of the house. Is that correct?
The south section, yes.
South section. Which section did you move on to next?
Next, let's go back to photo 13.
Certainly.
So I've eliminated the east section and the south section, so that leaves what I'm referring to as the center section and the quadrant in the northwest section. The northwest section, by evaluating it, obviously there's a collapse damage. There is significant burn damage here, but by looking at it, I'm comparing the amount of mass of the fuel that's left, the amount of structure that's burned or unburned, and there is significantly more on the north side of unburned area. You can also see kind of in the middle between the.
Okay, guys, I think somehow we accidentally got out of order. Let's look at, I think day 4 is what we need to be watching. My bad. We are a day behind. I think we're a day behind. So I need your vote. We can watch this and then go watch day 4 tomorrow, or we can do day 4 and then pick up on this tomorrow. It is up to you. I know we've done day 3. I know we've done 1, 2, and 3. It's a possibility that we did 1, 3, and 2. My dyslexia and numbers suck. So I think we're missing day 4. So Yana, I think what I'm going to do, y'all, is we're going to go to day 4. I'll change it in the stream. I'll change the numbers. I'll get it all good, because I suspect we are on day 4 and not on day 5. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So why don't we come here? Yes, we're going to start here.
Truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please have a seat. And once you're settled in,
I'll put a little where we are. My apologies. Dang it. I try to be perfect, and the more I try to be perfect, the more I screw up. Yes, I think you're right. I don't remember this dude. So my deepest apologies. Thank you for catching it. Let's start while I'm
Give us your full name and spell the last. It's generally easier to move the microphone than it is the chair. So if you could move that close to your mouth, please, so jury can hear you.
Tom Maciowski, Maciauski.
Thank you, Ms. Idevine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, what is your current occupation?
I'm retired.
And what did you do before you retired?
I was a deputy sheriff for Van Buren County,
And how many years were you a deputy sheriff?
29 years here.
And were you a detective at some point as well?
Yes,
When did you become a detective?
I believe the first time was 2007 in narcotics.
And so on January 7th of 2007, were you a detective at that time?
Yeah, I may have misspoken. It was in the 90s that I was a narcotics detective. In 2007, I would have been a criminal investigation detective.
And were you, did you become involved in an investigation involving the death of Tom Stermer at that time on January 7th of 07?
Yes, I did.
And how did you become involved?
I was notified, I believe through dispatch, that there was a fire that occurred out, I believe, on 215, and that there was a subject there at the scene that was deceased and was asked to go to the scene there.
Do you recall approximately around what time you arrived on scene?
I want to say it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Do you recall approximately what time then the fire had occurred?
I do not remember exactly what time or remember when the fire occurred.
So once you were dispatched, did you then proceed to the scene on County Road 215?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
When I got there, I could see from the roadway that there was a lot of fire equipment in the form of fire trucks and such down a long driveway that I believe traveled west off of 215. There was a deputy or reservist at the front of the driveway restricting entrance into there.
So was the driveway actually then taped off, or
It
were
would
they
have been
just-
something like that, taped off, or certainly access would have been restricted by the officer that was there.
Then did you walk down the driveway?
I believe that part, I'm not sure whether I parked alongside the shoulder of the driveway or whether I stayed out on the street, but I did walk the majority of the driveway back to the house.
Any of the fire vehicles or emergency vehicles or law enforcement vehicles, were any of them stuck in that driveway?
No,
And did you see a fence at all on the property?
it appeared that there was a fence going around the property. I can't say the exact how much of the acreage was covered by fence, but when you first came in, there was a fence.
And could you see the home at that point enough to then recall what it looked like?
Yes.
And what did the home look like?
It was a two-story home. It was still, when I got there, there was some remnants of being on fire still. Fire crews were still actively working the fire, but it was definitely a two-story residence. If I recall, it was yellow siding on it.
And at that point, did you know what the terrain was with the basement?
At that time, no, not till later.
And once you arrived, did you make contact with anyone from the sheriff's department?
I did.
Who did you make contact with?
Would have been Deputy Verge Franks.
And were you briefed then about the facts that they were aware of at that time?
Yes, he informed me of one being deceased and stating, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Objection. Hearsay.
Sorry.
Your Honor, I'm just getting a basis for then what his investigation and what was leading him then to then make further investigation. So I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter, just in terms of investigative, the basis of what his knowledge was.
I'll allow it for that purpose.
Thank you. So you were briefed then with Sergeant Franks. Did you also meet with Deputy Evans at that time?
I did.
And do you recall who else was on scene in terms of lay people?
I had been informed that there were neighbors that were on the scene. Mike Matheny, I believe, and his girlfriend at the time, Connie Calhoun.
Did you see them?
I did.
And where were they at?
At the time, they were in a personal vehicle on the property towards the front of the house.
Did you see the defendant?
No, not at that time.
Did you see her at any time then when you were on the property?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. And did you then make contact with any of the witnesses on scene after your initial briefing?
Yes.
Who did you make contact with?
I made contact with Mike Matheny and Connie Calhoun.
And you spoke to both of them?
I did.
At some point, did you become aware that Todd had been moved from the original location where Deputy Evans found him?
I was informed by Deputy Evans that they had moved Todd Stermer from where he was located at originally to a location further away from the house.
Were you shown where the body was positioned when he was found?
Sorry?
Were you shown
I don't know if they are. I don't think they are. From what I understand, I don't think Mike and Connie are no longer together.
by law enforcement where the body was originally found?
Yes,
At that time, were there flags marking that area?
I don't recall.
And did you find any evidence that assisted you in determining that that was in fact the location he was found?
Observation wise, I did see that there was pooling water or fluid that was stained red at that location. There was also some, I would call it medical waste from people at the ambulance working on Todd Stermer. I believe it may have been rubber gloves or some tubing or things like that.
Did you have an opportunity to view Mr. Todd Stermer while you were on scene?
I did.
And can you describe to the jury then what you viewed and saw?
He was laying on the ground, had several items of clothing placed over him because of the inclement weather at the time. To me, it appeared like he had been burnt. I don't know what his hair looked like before, but it looked like his hair had been mostly burnt. When the medical examiner turned him over onto his side, I could see a large 3 to 4 inch laceration to the back of his skull. His clothing was disheveled. His sweatpants were done around his ankles. He was in stocking feet, just socks on that I saw. Basically, that was it. You could tell his upper chest area had been exposed, but it mostly had been covered up with, from what I later learned, items of clothing that had been placed on him to keep him warm by the Matheny's.
And at the time, was he laying on the ground or was he laying on something else?
That I don't recall. He may have been on a.
Okay, now let's talk about that real quick because some people missed it. We had drama in this case. They weren't, since they had no problem getting to court and ended up being held in contempt. So Connie did not show up for a subpoena. She was held in contempt for not showing up, but the judge put her in for $1,000 bond. So yeah, it was a failure to appear. She does live 2 hours away. She does not have a vehicle. Yeah, why wears pants down by the ankles? That's a good comment. He knew. Yeah, oh yeah, the drug test, the $1,000 bond and a drug test. He knew she had to be there, and he didn't get her there. So the judge wasn't happy. Some judges are really, really, really strict when it comes to failure to appears, and some are a little more lenient. But in this case, yeah. I wonder if she's going to testify today.
Backboard, if I can remember correctly.
Strike is speculating. He's testified he doesn't remember now. He's saying he may have been.
I'll overrule that. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you observe did you smell anything at that point?
Smell an odor of accelerant gasoline.
Yana, please tell me that she's got different clothing on because she looked kind of hussiest in the clothing she was wearing. Just saying. But she was dragged in by a deputy, so whatever she had on is what they brought her in. But yeah,
How close were you to the body then when you smelled that?
Within,
Yep.
I'd say 6 to 8 inches. That was right there.
Did you remove anything from Todd's body for processing? You talked about all the items.
Yes, I took the items that were covering his body, jackets, shirts, sweatshirts. There was I believe, a blanket, a couple of sheets that we determined belonged to the ambulance crew. The clothing items were placed into a brand new, I would call it a garbage bag, for lack of a better term. I took them off and placed them in the bag, which Tony Evans then took possession of. The sweatpants that he was wearing were taken at that time by the fire marshal and taken into evidence by him.
why?
And do you recall what happened? Were there any items that were left on the body then to go in the body bag?
I believe his socks were still on. There was a shirt and underwear, which I remember from the autopsy had been taken out of the body bag.
And then all the other items were packaged separately?
That's correct.
And through your conversations with Mr. Matheny, were you able to determine items that belonged to him?
Yes, Mr. Matheny identified the items that he had placed on Todd Stermer at the time that he had come to that scene.
And that included the items then that went in the clean garbage bag?
That's correct.
Excuse me, objection form, leading, and it's hearsay.
I will sustain as the leading.
What items did you put in the garbage bag?
I can remember a few items. I can't remember from that far back every item, but I know that there was a sweatshirt. There was a jacket that was like a Carhartt coat or similar to that. There was, I want to say, another shirt or something of that nature, but a couple of jackets or coats that I can remember. I'd have to look and see what I put in a report to state item for item.
Would it help refresh your memory if I showed you your report?
Sure.
He is such a big man. Look at the size of that water bottle. Look at it. Look at his hand. Look how little that is. Sorry. Little bottle. County's trying to save money.
Once you get a chance to refresh your memory, if you could just turn those over and then I'll ask you again.
Jacket.
And I'll just ask you, what items then did you take and put into the clean garbage bag?
Okay, it would have been a maroon colored jacket, a tan colored Carhartt style coat, a black and white plaid long sleeve shirt, and a brown hoodie type sweatshirt.
Do you recall the location of the shirt that you said went into the body, where that was located on Todd's body?
I don't.
That's good. I gotta do it. That is good. Real good.
And then did
To Deputy Evans,
you in the garbage bag, what did you do with them?
I turned them over to Deputy Evans to place of evidence hold on to for any further processing that may be needed.
And then did you do anything with the items that were left on the body?
No, I did not, that I recall.
And did you Sergeant Leroy, then take possession of, I believe you said the sweatpants?
I did.
And who was Scott Leroy on scene at that time? What was his title?
State Police District Fire Marshal.
After you observed Todd and the condition of his body, were you able to walk around the scene?
I was.
And what did you observe as you were walking around the scene?
Where the house was at when you first pulled up, the long driveway comes out and it's like an open area in front of the house. And then I can't attest a lot memory-wise the east side of the house, but the west side of the house does seem to slope downward. That would be honestly the northwest side. It's like an embankment that goes down around to the back of the house.
I'm lost. That heart hides the last bit of Yank's comment.
House appeared to have at one point had a balcony, but there was a cement slab on the back of a walkout from the basement. It's difficult to say how it looked up above in the front because there was, like I said, so many emergency vehicles and stuff there. But basically nothing as you're going down the northwest side of the house. It was pretty blanketed. I believe there was a fence along the west end covering the back of the house back there. I observed a brown van that was parked behind the house on the northwest side, and the vehicle was running. I've been told by Deputy Evans that the vehicle was in that location when he arrived and that it was running at that time.
And it was still running then when you looked at it?
That is correct.
How did you know it was running?
It was cold out. You could see the exhaust and you could hear it running.
Really?
Did you observe
What?
on the north side of the home? And because I'm directionally challenged, I'm going to say when you're looking at the front of the house to the right, did you observe if there was any pathways in that yard?
I can't remember that there was necessarily a pathway. I do remember where Deputy Evans showed me where the body of Todd Stermer originally was, and you could see where the van was located, kind of like a trail going from there, from where the body was at down to where the van was at.
I don't. From the front yard driveway to where the body was there any improved trail or driveway leading to the body?
No, there was nothing that I saw that looked like a regular driveway that went down back behind the house.
I'm sorry, what was that?
There was no appearance that I could see of a driveway that went from the front of the house down the side of the house, which would be the north side, around to the west or back of the house.
What was the terrain or the makeup of the side yard?
I don't know what you're talking about because this is my view of my channel. I don't see a heart. I don't know.
Yard there.
Near as I can remember, it was kind of like grass and dirt for the most part.
Did you see a shed on the property?
I don't recall.
And I want to talk to you a little more about those tire impressions that you looked at. You said that you were able to see the direction of the tire tracks from the body to the backyard,
Yes,
and you were able to see those clearly?
yes,
And did they appear to just be one continuous motion?
yes.
And was it clear that the tire tracks you were looking at from the body to the back of the house, was it clear that those were not made by emergency vehicles or fire trucks?
It's leading to, so I'll sustain.
Were you able to determine tracks that were made by emergency vehicles and by fire trucks?
I'm going to say no. The upper area in front of the house was a mishmash of vehicles everywhere. The only way or place that I could see anything definite was from that location where I was shown Todd Stermer to originally have been laying to where the van was parked. There was only one set of tracks that you could make out that were going from that location to the back of that van.
To the back of the van?
I saw no other crisscross traffic or anything like that. It was just one clear set of tracks.
And at that time, were there flags placed?
There was.
And where were the flags placed?
I believe they were placed on the backs, or excuse me, on the outer side of the tire tracks. And there may have been flags placed where Deputy Evans had stated Todd Stermer was at when he had located him.
I'm sorry.
Did you examine the tire tracks to see if there was any evidence of a vehicle being stuck?
I did not notice any in looking at somebody who gets stuck in a trap, there's going to be a lot of spinning and dirt or mud or whatever flying up from that. There'll be a rut. I saw no ruts. I saw no dirt flung about or anything like that. I just saw the 2 tire track trails going to the vehicle.
And did you take some photos while you were on scene?
I may have.
And I don't know what you talking about. My heart is way down here. Now you guys know if you hit that heart, it helps me. You can 100%, you can hit the face, you can hit the horn, the smiley. If y'all do that, it helps me a lot with my algorithm. Just FYI.
I want to just talk to you a little bit about that van. You saw that it was running and it was exhaust, correct?
Yes, I walked around the van while it was there.
And did you take note of the license plate and the VIN number?
Yes, at the time I was there, I did record the VIN number and the license plate from the van.
Were you able to determine then from those 2 things who owned the van?
I believe it was registered Todd Stermer.
Did you see what was in the van at that time?
I made brief observations. I did not go inside the van, but I could see through the windows.
What did you see then through the windows?
I saw that the key was in the ignition and the vehicle was running. I believe I saw a black purse laying on the floorboards of the passenger side. Looking in, the van was kind of in disarray. There's a lot of stuff in there. Not making particularly any note of anything other than seeing a person there and the keys in the ignition running.
Did you notice anything unusual about the exterior of the van?
Yes, when I walked around the van, in the front of the van, there is a plastic skirt that goes under the bumper. And then there's above that is a chrome bumper. On the driver's side, there was red staining on the plastic skirting. And then above that, there was a little bit of red staining on the bumper, on the driver's side of the vehicle.
What was done with that van?
At that time, it was, I believe it went from raining to snowing. And at that point, it had been determined that the van was going to be needed for further processing. So a wrecker company was called and the vehicle was loaded onto a flatbed type of wrecker and was transported to, I believe, Decatur Towing and had been placed inside their facility there at Decatur Towing until such time that a search warrant could be obtained to go through the inside of the vehicle and further analysis on the outside.
At some point then you had said that there were people that were blocking the driveway when you came in.
Yes, there was a deputy at the front of the entrance there.
Was the scene secured then throughout the evening?
To my knowledge, somebody was there until the scene was released.
Which would have been when?
I do not remember.
Were you present then when the van was examined at Decatur Towing?
I was.
And did you take pictures of the van?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 29. And there are 13 photos with exhibit number 29. If you could just take a look at these photos and tell me if you recognize them.
They appear to be photos that I took.
Changed or altered in any way?
Not that I recall, no.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit number 29 into evidence at this time.
Court will receive Exhibit 29.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to show you 29-1. Could you describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
That is the Ford van that I saw out at the Stermer residence parked out back behind on the northwest side of the home. The photo that I took was of the front left side of the van, depicting the red stain on that plastic skirting and depicting the tires on the vehicle.
I'm going to go then to picture number 2 of this exhibit. Can you describe what we're looking at here?
That would be the red stain that I saw on the driver's side front of the vehicle, that plastic skirting.
Advancing to then number 3, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That is a photo of a red staining to the front driver's side tire, I believe.
I'm going to advance then to number 4. What are we looking at here?
Number 4 would be the undercarriage, I believe driver's side. You can see parts of the suspension spring and such, and there was, difficult to say, but red staining there as well.
Is that what you were taking a picture of, is the red
Yes.
staining? And I'm going to advance then to number 5. Let me stop you real quick. Are you then starting at the front of the van going back when you're taking these pictures?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here in picture number 5?
Okay. On this one, it is red staining from underneath the vehicle, but I would have to look back at my notes to see exactly what I'm depicting. It is traveling backwards in sequence, but exactly what piece that is, I cannot remember.
It's on the underbody of the
Yes,
van
it would be the underside of the vehicle.
as you're walking back then from the front.
That is correct.
I'm going to advance then to slide number 6. What are we looking at here?
Again, undercarriage suspension on the driver's side. You can kind of depict the right front tire there, and what would I guess next is a running board from the underside inside, going a long way back.
So
Sorry, I missed that. What side?
I said on the side there, you can see the running board next to the tire. So it's kind of taking a picture to the outside of the vehicle from underneath.
So if I were then looking at the red staining, where is the running board that you're talking about?
Go down there.
So this is what you're talking about?
Yes,
the
that's
running
just
board.
part of it is part of the running board, but the actual photo is depicting the red stain.
And so the actual photo, the reason you took the photo is because of this staining that I'm pointing at here in the photo,
Correct,
kind of in the middle of the photograph.
correct.
Okay, and I'm going to advance then to number 7. What are we looking at here?
That's the driver's side rear axle, rear tire. You can kind of see the spare tire mounted underneath to the left, but that is the driver's side rear axle area in the red stain.
And you said we're looking at the rear tire. This is the
Rear
extra
tire
spare
mounted
tire?
underneath. Yep,
So maybe if the record reflect, I'm pointing to like the left side of the picture in the middle, right in that area.
yes,
And you were taking it because of the staining.
yes.
I'm going to advance then to photo number 8. What are we looking at here?
Photo number 8 is a picture of the red tire, or excuse me, the rear tire. On the vehicle appears to have some kind of staining on the back of that.
And that's the tire that we just had in the previous photo.
Yes, that's the spare tire, I believe, mounted underneath the van.
I'm going to advance then to photo number 9. What are we looking at here?
Number 9 is a picture, again, that's a running board that you're looking at the bottom section there.
So I'm going to stop you real quick. The running board that
Right, yeah, if you go down just a little bit, there, that's the running board, yep. Again, that's pretty much, I can't tell you exactly why. There may be a red stain there, slightly above center.
So if I'm in the center.
Keep going,
talking
keep right
about-
there. Yep,
And that's kind of where you're focusing that on this photo?
right.
And may the record reflect I'm directly in the middle of photograph number 9. I'm going to advance then to photograph number 10. What are we looking at here?
Again, the undercarriage of the vehicle and red stain. I want to say that's like part of the suspension bolt that holds the suspension in, but it's underneath the vehicle on the driver's side, and it's red staining.
I'm going to advance then to number 11. And what are we looking at here?
Then I'm not an automotive person, but there is this metal box underneath the vehicle, and in the right lower corner, there was red staining there as well.
So you're talking about this box here,
That box there and to the right there, yes,
and we're looking at then the staining right there on that corner.
yes.
And I'm going to advance to our last photo on number 12. What are we looking at here?
That's a photograph that indicates the right passenger side of the vehicle on the front, captain's chair with a black purse on the floorboard there.
And actually, I lied to you. There are 13 photos. And what are we looking at here?
That's a photo from the front passenger side over to the driver's side, depicting the key in the ignition and basically how it looked from that center console area.
Did you go through the interior of the van, those contents?
I did.
And did you go through the purse that was located on the passenger side?
I did.
And what did you find in the purse?
Inside the purse, lots of various items, but there was a wallet. There was ID for, I believe, Linda Stermer. And I believe cash-wise, there was $202.
So there's $202 in cash in there.
I believe so.
Did you get an opportunity to see what was behind the front seat row?
I did look throughout the van, and between the passenger and driver's seat, I found I call it a portfolio, but it's like an envelope, a big envelope that you put things in. As I recall, it had a wallet in there, or I think it was a leather wallet of some kind. The back of the van was filled with multiple boxes of gloves, which I later understood was a side business that Mr. Stermer and Mrs. Stermer were involved in. I think was selling of gloves to hardware stores, things like that, but there was a lot of packages of gloves back there.
Was the van pretty full in the back?
Yes, yes.
And did you attend the autopsy on January 8th of 2007?
I did.
And that was with Dr. Markey?
I'm sorry?
Was that with Dr. Markey?
Yes.
At that time, did you take possession of any of the clothing that came in the body bag?
I did.
Do you recall what items you took possession of?
I took possession of 2 socks, a shirt, a pair of underwear, and I believe they also issued me what we would refer to as a DNA card, a sample of DNA from the deceased that would have been turned over to me as well.
And what did you do then with those items?
They were transported back to the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office, and I believe at some point were turned over to the fire marshal, as well as I believe the DNA card was turned over to the crime lab for comparison analysis to samples that they had taken that same day of the search warrant of the van.
Were you the one that packaged up those items?
I don't recall. They were placed in, I call them evidence cans. They look like paint cans, but they're silver, unused. And each item was placed into one of those paint cans, for lack of a better term, evidence can, and by the Dr. Markey and staff, and then recorded and handed over to me. And they were sealed at that location as well.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted. I'm going to show you what's been admitted. It's People's Exhibit number 25. And do you recognize that?
Yes, there's more labels on it than what I remember, but the label I do remember is of the autopsy lab number, which is a small sticker on here, A071024, Todd Stermer content sock. That I do remember, and would be what they handed me that day at the autopsy.
So these are what you're referring to as containers?
Yes,
Containers of
like
paint
paint
cans?
cans. Yes, ma'am.
When you were, I apologize, I forgot to ask you this question. When you were underneath the van taking pictures, the Michigan State Police Crime Lab was there as well, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence? I'm gonna stop. You talked about the looking at the treads on the ground to see if there was any evidence of somebody being stuck. Did you see any evidence of the van being stuck when you were underneath the van taking pictures?
Objection calls him to speculate what he would see underneath the van, see if it was stuck the day before in whatever terrain.
I'll overrule it. I don't think it's speculation.
In observing the van out there, I did not see, both at the scene and at the search warrant, did not see what you would consider big clumps of dirt mud stuck all over the van where it would appear that it was stuck or had been, if you've ever been stuck, rocking the vehicle back and forth, moving it back and forth and getting large amounts of matter stuck up in it. There was, the tires at the time I'd seen them were wet and did have dirt on them, but it's more like muddy water than it would be clumps of soil, if that makes any sense, observation-wise.
At some point in your investigation, did you become aware that the defendant went to the marathon station in Lawrence?
Yes.
And what did you do upon receiving that information?
I went to the Village Marathon in Lawrence. I did meet with the owner, Sue Oppel, and I requested from her, knowing that they did have video at that location, did request videotapes, VHS type from that location, which was their type of surveillance at the time. And also for the tape register for the purchases that may have occurred at that time. And she did supply those to me.
Were you able to then review the VHS tapes?
I did.
And did you see anything of any evidentiary value on those tapes?
I did not.
And why is that?
The time frame established to where Ms. Stermer had been at the marathon, you could see transactions before that, but at the time frame or shortly before that time frame, it stopped showing video of actions at the store and just went to what I call snow, like, you know, when the TV show's off the air, it just went blank, so to speak, and that was the end of it. I did take them to the sheriff's department in Kalamazoo County, where they have, back at that time, video analysis, where they would look at things and had them look at the videotapes as well, and there was nothing there that they could recover or get from those videotapes.
There was just nothing in that time frame that you needed or
No,
could find?
there was not.
And you said you were able then to collect tape of some sort?
The register tape from the transactions of that day and what was purchased and what time and things like that.
I'll start out with 30-1. Do you recognize this item?
That appears to be the cash register payroll from the Lawrence Marathon that I received from the owner.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That was back on 2/1 of 2007.
And that's when you received it?
That's correct. I believe it's like
2/1 of 07?
February. Well, that's what I have dated here from Sue Apple to Detective Sergeant Masiowski, 2/1 of 2007.
And has it been altered or changed in any way?
It appears to look like the same tape. It's been some time, but yes,
And those are your initials on the outside of the packaging?
that is, let me say initials, and
Or your name or signature?
that is my name, on the chain of custody on the first receiving of it.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 30-2. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, it's a copy of the receipt that was determined to be on the roll that was here in this package from the Lawrence Marathon for the transaction that occurred using what would be Todd Stermer's MasterCard on the date of 1/7 of 2007.
Your Honor, this time I move to admit People's Exhibit number 30, including both -30-1 and 30-2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Court will receive 31 and 32.
And just so the record is clear, there are 2 exhibit stickers, one dated of 2007 and one dated for today on the packaging. Once you got that tape, you were able to then go through that tape?
Yes,
And did you determine then the relevant transaction or what may be of interest to you at that time?
I believe so, yes.
And that's where then the copy was made of the individual receipt?
That's correct.
Once you then collected that tape, you took the pictures of the van and you examined the scene. Can you tell the jury then what your involvement was other than those items?
After doing that part of the investigation, it would have been then follow-up to any information that we may have come into contact with, follow-up interviews with people, basically information that came in either through evidence or through people we would have followed up on and assigned people to do just that, interviews or collect items, keep in touch with the prosecutor's office and for their input and proceeding with the case.
So if you received tips,
We received, through interviews, people would provide information, and then from that information, we would follow up and see where that would lead as well.
as part of your follow-up, did you interview Cynthia Deloach?
I did.
And who was she?
Cynthia Deloach was a clerk at the Lawrence Marathon at the time that those items had been, that were seen on that receipt using the credit card of Todd Stermer. She was the clerk that was working that day when those items were purchased.
You interviewed Chris Williams?
I did.
Did you interview Trevor Stermer,
I believe I did.
Trenton Stermer?
I believe I did.
Interview Dardita Gordon?
I believe I did as well.
And where did you interview Dardita Gordon at?
It would have been at the Van Buren County Jail.
So she was incarcerated at that time?
I believe she was.
Can you describe the demeanor of Dardita Gordon at the time you interviewed her?
I use the word guarded, but it could be kind of, she was willing to speak with me, but she was kind of nervous at the same time.
And did you share details of the scene, the investigation?
Sorry, guys. That's normal. Anybody who's ever been through an interrogation, whether you are innocent or a witness or whatever, you may be willing to give them information, but you're still nervous because that's not a comfortable thing and a common thing to do.
And any evidence that you had with Dardita prior to your interview?
I'll overrule that, I'll know it.
It's difficult to say, it's been so long ago. as far as report-wise as to what I did and did not say to her at that point, other than informing her that I had heard she had heard something within the jail in regards to Ms. Stermer or Mrs. Stermer, and asked her to tell me what she had heard.
And at that time, you were a trained detective, correct?
Yes.
And as part of your interviewing training, would you have told somebody pertinent details before they actually told you what you were talking to them about?
We don't give specific facts that we have. If per se it's something that we know and we want to find out if that person actually did know, they'd have the same information. So we probably really would not give them exact information that we knew for fact. We would wait to see if they verified that fact.
And then once they verify that fact, then you may ask additional questions.
Correct.
I have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Oh, this ought to be fun. Real fun. This guy is up to try. I know. With all that technology just hurt on that lead.
Asking you a little bit about the information you learned on the scene, okay?
Yes, sir.
At first, as I understand it, you learned your information from Detective Evans, Officer Evans.
My first contact, I believe, at the scene was with Sergeant Franks, who directed me to Deputy
Evans.
Evans. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then you learned from Deputy Evans where he thought Todd Stermer had initially been. Is that right?
He took me to where he had found him at, yes.
All right, where Deputy Evans found Todd Stermer.
That's what he told me.
Are you aware that Deputy Evans did not arrive on the scene until after Todd Stermer was moved from his initial position to his final position?
Your Honor, that's not in evidence.
It's already been testified to.
It's misconstruing the testimony, Your Honor. It's
Your Honor,
not facts and evidence.
jury has notes.
I'll allow you to rephrase it to consistent with what's in evidence.
You're not aware, are you, of whether Deputy Evans came to the scene after Todd Stermer was moved?
My recollection is that when I spoke to Deputy Evans, he had told me that this location where he showed me was where Todd Stermer was at, and that he and others had moved him. He as well had moved him from that area, was my recollection.
Do you have any photographs to show us that?
No, I do not.
Did you put that in your report? Exactly where Todd Stermer had been?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look back at it. I may have made mention of where I was shown by Deputy Evans, but I'm not sure.
But you can't help us, as we sit here today, pinpoint where Todd Stermer may have originally been. Is that fair?
I was not there when he was moved, no.
Now let's talk about your van inspection. That happened the day before, correct?
I'm sorry,
I mean, the day after the incident?
are you referring to the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay.
Van inspection.
That was, I'm sorry,
The van inspection, we'll call it that.
I call it search warrant of the van if it was, while it was inside the towing agency.
Fair enough. You had gotten a search warrant, am I right?
Again, I'm not sure. It's been some time. I know that I did, the day after being called to that scene, I was present the following day at a autopsy for Todd Stermer. The day after that was the search warrant at the towing company. As to did I author the search warrant, I do not remember.
When you were the officer in charge of this case, am I right?
I was a case officer. In that respect, I had superiors as well. And certainly the initial evening of the incident, Lieutenant Brian Stump was in charge of the scene.
But somebody eventually is assigned as officer in charge of the case.
Yes,
Would that have been you?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, so you're the one who's in charge of marshaling all the evidence, am I right?
Again, other people can be handed off and be made responsible for items and things like that under the direction that I give them, or I myself, for certain pieces of items of evidence, may be responsible for those as well.
I don't want to confuse us, but typically somebody has to be in charge of the case. You can't have 20 people all running willy-nilly doing their thing.
Yes, that's true.
So you're kind of the quarterback of that case, correct?
I guess that'd be a way of putting it.
And you were the quarterback of this case, correct?
Okay,
Yes?
sure.
Okay. So you attend a van inspection, a search warrant inspection on January 9.
That is true.
Right. A search warrant is issued when there is suspected to be a crime, correct?
Yeah, we don't have consent for the search of that van. We must take and articulate reasons why we want to search that van.
Okay. So when you saw blood on the front bumper or the skirt, you said, of that van, you thought something's odd here, right?
Yes,
And so you suspected there might be a crime, right?
certainly warranting investigation.
And that's what drove the search warrant for the van.
Yes,
Now, you went to the garage, correct?
yes. If
And-
you're referring to the tow company.
Decatur Tow Company?
Yep.
It was inside, right?
Yes.
So it's room temperature, right?
I cannot tell you if it was a heated, it was just out of the elements. I know that.
Inside, were you wearing a winter coat?
I do not remember what I was wearing that day.
Typically, if it's inside and it's roughly about room temperature, roughly about 70 degrees, right?
Again, I cannot remember what the temperature was in that room at that time.
You would certainly expect that tires, after being inside for 2 days, would not have snow, and that would account for the tires being wet.
It was
and
dry.
dirty.
It was definitely dry, yes.
Okay. Now, this vehicle is a 1993 Ford Econoline van, correct?
Okay. I say that because I know it's a Ford van. I know it's brown. I don't remember the year without looking at a report.
You have your van inspection report, don't you, or no?
I have nothing up here.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory.
Okay, refresh my memory, sir. I have
Can I put
nothing
you on?
up here.
I don't mean to appear offstanding. It's been that long. I don't remember.
18 years, right?
Yes, so I appreciate the
Yep.
help.
That's good. On the first page, it says, it should be noted that the vehicle is a 1990.
It's not the proper way of recollection or of refreshing someone's memory.
I'll ask you to take a look at the vehicle.
Sir, make rule.
I'm sorry.
Objection sustained.
Good. I'll ask you to take a look at where it says vehicle on page 1, on the bottom.
What a twit. If I was a judge, while he's reading, if I was a judge and these little, good, fine, yes, thank you, you got it, I'm right. All these little twerky comments he makes after the ruling, I'd squish him. And there was one judge that flat out told people, don't thank me after I make a decision. It makes the jury, it can influence the jury. So I get that. Now it bothers me when they thank the judge. Like, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are you with me?
I am.
What kind of vehicle was it?
It's a 1993 Ford Econoline van, full size.
Full-size van. You recall it was a rear-wheel drive van.
I believe it was.
Rear-wheel drive van, full-size, roughly about 4,500 pounds, if you understand what vans weigh.
You got me on that one on weights and measures of vehicles, but it's a full size van.
Which you would expect weighs over 2 tons, don't you think?
I honestly, I couldn't tell you what my own vehicle weighed, but it's a full size big van.
And do you recall the condition of the rear tires?
Rear tires that were on the vehicle? I mean, as opposed to the spare back there, or I'm not
That's
sure which.
correct.
You mean the ones that are actually on the vehicle?
There are 4 tires.
Yes.
On the vehicle.
Yes.
I'm asking you about the 2 rear tires on the vehicle, not the spare. Do you recall the condition of those tires?
I believe I did make note of that. I do not recall, but I did make note of the condition of those tires and the types of each tire.
Happy to refresh your memory if you look at page 3 of your report at the top paragraph. Let me know when you're there.
Yes, I've read that top section.
What was the condition of the rear tires?
They were worn.
Worn rear tires on a rear-wheel drive van that is 14 years old at that time.
Okay, I didn't do the math on it, but the 2 tires to the front were definitely newer condition, notable than the ones to the back.
You did note the type of tires that were on the vehicle, correct?
I did.
Can you tell us what tires were on the vehicle? I'll direct you to page 2 at the
Okay.
bottom.
Thank you. Okay, if it's permissible, I will read that the front driver's side tire was identified as a Uniroyal Tiger Paw, noted as a P235/75R15. The rear driver's side tire was identified as a Dunlop Radial Rover, noted as a P235/75R15. Number 3, the front passenger tire was identified as a National 400 XT, noted as a PR235/75R15. And the last rear tire was identified, or that being the rear passenger side tire, was identified as a Dunlop Radial Rover, noted as P235/75R15. So that both rear tires on that van were of the same make and model, both being Dunlop Radial Rovers, and the front tires were of 2 different types of brand.
So for 4 wheels, we have 3 different kinds of tires, am I right?
That is correct.
In looking at what was marked as Exhibit 29, do you have those pictures up?
I only have this report that you've given me up here.
Yeah, approach your honor. I'll give you those photos.
Thanks, sir.
And I'm also going to give you photos that we have marked as Exhibit E1 to 4. And ask if my photos match up as part of your photos, and they should.
photos from the People's Exhibit and the photos that you handed me just now, noting that it has kind of part of my name on them. They can be the same photo. They appear to have been enlarged, and
I agree.
by development or whatever, the colors are not exactly the same as what I'm seeing in the picture, but I can say that they reflect the same imagery. And I don't have this one. I'm not sure what, it could have been a label on the outside of the vehicle, I'm guessing, but
If that was from the door, if that was part.
okay. I could have taken that picture.
Is the council testifying where that came from? This witness has no recollection of where that picture is from.
Let me set this
Yeah,
up.
the lawyer cannot testify as to where something came from. And that is a big thing that I really get irritated with this man, because he seems to like to testify and his questioning is not what I would call up to par.
Prosecutor, have you seen these photos? I assume
I'm
you're
going to
moving
move
on.
that picture just 1 second.
Okay,
Last
prosecutor, have you seen them?
I don't know what he's looking at, Your Honor, and I believe he's testifying as, I haven't seen what he's showing them.
one. I already told you it's Exhibit E, but you have.
Prosecutor, you do or don't have them?
We do have them in digital form, Your Honor.
Okay.
I wasn't sure when you were showing them at this time.
No photographs? 4 photographs. You also have them in book form. I gave them to you.
Okay, so you know what he's showing?
No,
That's what-
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mueller?
You'd have taken a picture of the vehicle information on the vehicle, right?
I would say that's highly likely. I just,
So these 4 photographs that I'm showing you represent the vehicle that you inspected on January 9. Fair?
that's fair.
Yeah, move for the admission.
Are you crapping me? You are telling me he graduated magna cum laude, a law school. And his behavior in this court? Good morning. Good morning. Good evening, Miss Journey. Yana, I would, if I was, I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Of Exhibit E.1 to 4.
It's cumulative, Your Honor, and I don't think he has recognized these particular pictures as pictures he took.
Smart he may be, but I don't know about the way all this.
I believe counsel said you searched and you took pictures, but we haven't identified that he recognizes these pictures. I feel he's already testified that he doesn't recognize the sticker, so I do have an objection at this time.
Well, Your Honor, photographs for admissibility just have to represent fairly and accurately what was being represented in the photograph, and those include the vehicle that he inspected.
I agree. He doesn't have to be the one to have taken those photos, but I do have concern about the one. I don't know that you've laid a foundation for this one with the tab on it. Yeah, maybe question.
Let me just ask you, on that vehicle, would that comport with the vehicle you were expecting? You can look at the vehicle information.
Your Honor, that still doesn't.
Oh,
Am I right?
February
Those-
7th, 2000. Yeah, yes,
Those gas station receipts we saw.
sure. Or whatever, the colors are not exactly the same as what I'm seeing. We're on the vehicle,
are y'all?
that area. Was,
Are we past this?
okay, yes,
Right?
yes.
And typically evidence, if you're gonna have separate items, should be bagged separately, correct?
Again, I explained my reasoning for why they weren't.
Dang it, I'm sorry.
They should be bagged separately, at least
If
according
you
to,
say so. I don't recall, not to be argumentative, I went with my train of reasoning at that time.
understand your reasoning, but the policy would be by the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office would be to bag items of potential evidence separately, fair?
I
Go
could not
back up, find
tell
it.
you the policy of the
My
sheriff's
life
department as far as
behind it.
evidence collection.
Okay, because you didn't know it.
I don't remember it.
Now, you mentioned speaking to Ms. Deloach,
Yes,
Cynthia Deloach, the attendant at the gas station?
yes, I do.
When you spoke to Mr. Matheny and Ms. Calhoun, it was on the scene, January 7,
Okay, we're back
2000,
here.
on the vehicle, right?
I would say that's highly likely. I was identified as a national.
Yeah, maybe question.
Let me just ask you, on that vehicle,
There we go.
would that comport with the vehicle you were expecting? You can look at the vehicle information.
Your Honor, that still doesn't, it still
Okay, guys, that sticker is actually on the inside of the driver's door frame. I know. We all have it. So he can assume it, but if he didn't take the picture and he wasn't there, witness the picture being taken, then he can't testify that that's where it came from. You know, there's a
doesn't meet the foundation that that's what he saw on the van.
Your report would include a VIN number, wouldn't it?
That's what I'm searching for right now in this report that you gave me, to see if I had recorded the VIN number in the report.
Oh my God, y'all. We have, oh my God. My live today, I'm celebrating. Had 579 views today. That was the early one. We never get that much. Thank you guys so much. Share. It helps.
Let's look at page 1 where it says vehicle.
I'm reading right now that section, sir. And the VIN number that I recorded on my report does match the VIN number placed on this image that you handed to me. So it is the same VIN number
Move for
that I
the-
could testify to.
Move for the admission of exhibit E 1 to 4.
Same VIN.
No objection now. I believe that the proper foundation has been laid.
Okay, we'll receive. What'd you say, E1 through 4, Mr. Mueller? What would you title those, E1 through 4?
E 1 to 4.
1 to 4,
Yes.
okay, so we'll enter those.
I'll show you, sir. I just want to show you. You already saw that photograph, right?
Yes,
Counsel showed you. Prosecutor showed
I
you.
can't hear you.
Prosecutor showed you that photograph. Remember you talked about it?
Yes, I
Right.
believe I have it in front of me.
That's the photograph you took at the front end, correct?
It appears to be
Well, it matches one of your photos, doesn't it?
true. My statement and why I'm referring is that the MSP also was out there taking pictures at the same time. This being one of my photos, if it's so, it is so that it's mine.
It shows the blood on the front skirt, correct, in the front. Yes,
I identified it as a red stain at the time.
red stain. Do you see any red stains on the left fender?
On the fender?
Yes.
No, I can't say that I do.
Okay. If there had been stains on the left fender, you would have noted that, wouldn't you?
If I saw them, yes.
Oh, Yana, thank you.
Did you have a tape measure at all?
Thank you.
And while I was there,
Yes.
I will say
not certain that I did or didn't.
You can't help us with how far off the ground that lower skirt is,
No, I can't.
other than maybe knowing the radius of the tires.
The type and tire that, yeah, I recorded that.
Okay. Basically, the lower skirt comes about halfway up that tire, right?
It appears that way in the image.
You remember the temperature? Well, you arrived at 5 p.m. You remember that at the scene?
I did arrive around that time.
And it was light rain and snow at the time. You remember that?
I believe when I first got there, there was rain. It turned to snow, yes.
You said there was a mishmash of fire trucks and EMT vehicles in that front area, correct?
In the front, would have been the east side of the house. There were a lot of emergency vehicles there, yes.
A lot.
Well, I mean, compared to never, I guess there may have been 2 or 3. There was certainly an ambulance. There was more than one fire truck there. I can't attest to other police vehicles without some kind of imagery, but it seemed very busy.
All fighting fire or treating Todd Stermer.
I would presume so. I saw the firemen working the fire, but I don't know what the emergency personnel were doing.
You don't know what tire tracks were in the front area of the house, front northeast corner of the house at 3:30 p.m. Fair?
No,
Seeing that you got there at 5,
right.
and there's a mishmash of fire trucks right in that area.
In the front of the house, yeah.
And you did not take the 1993 Ford Econoline van and do any testing to determine what type of, with poor tires, in muddy conditions, what type of traction it might get. Fair? You didn't do any of that.
I didn't do any tests of it. No.
You didn't take an exemplar. You know what an exemplar is?
No, I don't.
A similar van, 1993, and try to run any tests to see what kind of traction it might have. Fair?
No, I did not.
So as you sit here, you have no evidence for us that can rule out that given the tire condition, given the weather conditions, the terrain, that Linda Stermer might have lost traction. You can't rule that out, can you?
I saw no evidence of anybody getting stuck, but I mean, as far as loss of traction, I'm not sure I follow what you mean.
Loss of traction to where Linda Stermer might go in another direction than where she intended to at first. You have no evidence for us.
At this point, I would prefer that he just ask questions of the detective.
This is cross-examination. I can ask a leading question.
It is, leading's okay, but this, it does call for
Right.
speculation.
You'd be speculating to say one way or another whether there's any evidence that Linda Stermer had lost traction, right?
In fairness, what location are we talking about? Up above in front of the house?
Correct.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay. That'd be pure speculation. Fair?
I cannot even speculate. I don't know what happened up there on the top section or the northeast section on top of the driveway was. I don't know.
And in terms of what you learned, you did not see Linda Stermer, correct?
Don't believe I did, no.
But you heard of people and talked to people who had seen Linda Stermer, correct?
Yes, I did.
And described the situation and the chaos?
In the interviews that I conducted out there was from the time those people arrived on scene, what they saw, what they did, and that was referred to me, yes.
And you learned, I said, learned about the chaos that was going on.
From their perspective, yes.
And what their observations of Linda Stermer, how she was behaving. You learned that, correct?
I would have to spend a long time, refer to a report that said I don't remember what they portrayed Linda Stermer as being at that time.
If she was described as hysterical, that would be
I believe it's as an answer. He doesn't know, and now we're continuing then to put words in the witness's mouth.
it's a leading question, and I can explore his memory.
He's already asked an answer. Your Honor.
I'll allow it one more time.
Thank you. If she was described as hysterical, sir, that would be consistent with somebody who had been fleeing a fire
This is
for her life.
speculation.
Sustain at this point, please move on, Mr. Mueller.
You said there was some fuel smell, a fuel type smell you smelled?
Yes.
And that's after you got there and you said you came 6 to 8 inches from Todd Stermer?
Yeah, I believe I knelt down there looking at him, the position he was on at that time.
Okay, where did you look? He's close to 6 feet tall. Were you looking at his chest 6 to 8 inches? Were you looking at his face check 6 to 8 inches? Where?
Recollection-wise, I would have observed him as close as I could within reasonableness and along from the head of him to the toe of him, kind of looked him over.
So you would have gotten, he's on the ground, right?
Yes, he is.
You would have gotten on your knees
Yes, I would have.
and you would have gotten between about 6 to 8 inches from his whole body?
Well, when you put it this close, maybe this would be better.
What would be better, 18 to 24
12
inches?
inches, 12 inches. I mean, I didn't climb on top of him by any means, but I did get close enough where I could smell, for lack of a better term, and not being able to positively identify the fuel, I would call it an accelerant, if you would, or a gassy smell.
You can distinguish gas from anything else?
Again, to sit here and say I could tell gasoline from kerosene or any other kind of fuel, whether it's diesel or not, I would have difficulty in pinpointing beyond saying fuel.
Okay, we'll just call it fuel because I don't want you to speculate and narrow it if you can't, okay?
I cannot, but thank you.
You would, and you got there, you're smelling this and the clothes are still on him, correct?
Yes,
Around, and the clothes are covering his private area and around his groin?
this would have still been in the time that clothing items were being removed
Did
from
you
him,
there?
from standpoint of when I first made contact to the point of removing clothes, the smell of fuel was there.
Okay. Now,
I like
if you wanted to know,
potatoes, honey.
what did Todd Stermer smell like when the first people arrived before you got there? You with me?
Mhm.
Yes?
Before I got there.
If you wanted to know what he smelled like, would it be reasonable to ask the people who were first there whether they smelled any fuel? That sound reasonable?
I don't know that I asked that question.
Didn't ask you that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Does it sound reasonable to you?
Sure,
If you wanted to know what he smelled like first, you'd ask the people who were there before you.
sure.
Not necessarily.
Now, the clothing you took, and the people who were there before you, Mr. Matheny, correct?
Yes,
Ms. Calhoun, correct?
yes.
And did you see a Dr. Richard Masali?
No, I don't remember seeing Dr. Maselli.
Do you know who he was?
I believe he's a dentist that
He is a
lives
dentist.
nearby, and I think he has a practice in Decatur.
Okay.
I don't know him per se. I wouldn't know him on site.
You just don't remember him being there when you were there.
I don't remember seeing him or speaking with him right that moment now.
If the testimony is that he was one of the first 3 people there, Mr. Matheny, Ms. Calhoun, and Dr. Masali, it'd be smart to ask them what they smelled if you wanted to know what he smelled like. Sound reasonable?
Not
I see what
necessarily,
you're saying.
y'all.
I look at it. I guess I'm going from a standpoint, I know what he smelled like, so I didn't ask other people what they smelled when they got there.
I just asked would it be reasonable to ask those 3.
I guess so.
Now, let's talk about the clothing. You said you put the clothes that you saw on Todd in a bag.
The items that were pointed out to me that Mr. I'll make myself clear here. The items that Mr. Matheny said he had identified and told me he had placed on there, I took those items off of Mr. Stermer and put them in a bag with Deputy Evans. I believe the sheets, which I think there were 2, and a blanket that were provided by it was determined that they were provided by the ambulance, were returned to the ambulance by Detective Lieutenant Stump, as I recall.
The clothes you put, you said you described it as a garbage bag.
Yes,
All right, so you put all those clothes, there could be evidence in this case, you understand?
yes, I do.
All right, and you put all those clothes in one bag. Is that right?
I did.
Are you an evidence technician?
I am.
Do you know the policy back then in 2007 of how you're supposed to separate evidence?
I believe I do. I guess my reasoning at the time was that those items had been placed on there by Mr. Matheny and weren't the original items he was coming out of the house in. So those items were placed by Mr. Matheny, and my way of thinking at that time was that they could all be together for analysis.
Even though they were potentially evidence,
Okay, yes,
right?
yes.
And typically evidence, if you're gonna have separate items, should be bagged separately, correct?
Again, I explained my reasoning for why they weren't, but
They should be bagged separately, at least
if
according
you
to,
say so. I don't recall, not to be argumentative, I went with my train of reasoning
You
at that time.
cannot.
understand your reasoning, but the policy would be,
This is why I struggle with this attorney, because he says they should have been stored separately, right? No, you were testifying. What is your understanding, sir, of the policy and procedures in storing evidence such as clothing that a person is wearing? Do you put them all together if they had them on at that time? Do you put them individually? What is your understanding, and move on? You don't argue him about whether or not he's right or wrong. You are not allowed to testify and have him validate your words. Quit asking for witnesses to validate your comments.
by the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office would be to bag items of potential evidence separately, fair?
I could not tell you the policy of the sheriff's department as far as evidence collection.
Okay, because you didn't know it.
I don't remember it.
Now, you mentioned speaking to Ms. Deloach,
Yes,
Cynthia Deloach, the attendant at the gas station.
yes, I
Yes.
do.
When you spoke to Mr. Matheny and Ms. Calhoun, it was on the scene, January 7, 2007, correct?
Yes,
Probably within a couple hours, right? While they're still on the scene.
I think so.
Yes?
Yes,
And the reason you did that, because the main purpose of interviewing people right as close to the time as you can is to make sure you get their best memory. Fair?
sure,
Because you know memory fades over time,
sure.
especially if there's something that may not even affect you, right?
It can certainly go from person to person.
Okay. You received the receipts on February 1 of 2007, am I right?
February
Those-
7th, 2007. Yeah, yes,
Those gas station receipts we saw.
sure.
You did not speak to Cynthia DeLoach for almost 2.5 years. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
June 11, 2009, correct?
Correct.
Then you asked her, what was your memory from January 7, 2007, correct?
Not word specific, but I certainly interviewed her as to that time, yes.
And would you have remembered Linda Stermer from 2.5 years ago, correct?
I'm sorry, could you ask again?
You had the subject matter of, would you have remembered Linda Stermer at this gas station from 2.5 years ago?
Would I or would she? For me, I guess.
Poor question. Let me rephrase it.
I'm sorry.
I don't mean to fight with you.
No, I don't want to fight you.
No, I'm not.
I want to be clear.
You are.
Your subject matter would be
Play
Ms. DeLoach. Do you remember Linda Stermer being here on January
Hi,
7,
Hilda B.
2007, almost 2.5 years ago? That would have been general subject matter.
Again, not exact questioning, but certainly would have been the topic.
And you can certainly inspect, she was not in the middle of the fire as far as you know.
Cindy DeLoach?
Yes.
No, she wasn't there. That I
Okay.
know.
So she's remote from the incident, correct?
Correct.
And it didn't directly affect her, this fire, correct?
I couldn't say what,
Okay. So 2.5 years later, you might expect that her memory won't be so good. Fair?
Again, I can't speculate as to her memory recollection of things.
But typically, people's memories fade. Yes? Yours has, over 18 years,
18 years, certainly I don't remember everything.
which is
I can remember the majority of some of the most traumatic things, and that would have been traumatic. Oh, I don't like his argumentativeness.
again, the main purpose of getting information as soon as you can would be to make sure the memory is fresh. Fair?
Absolutely.
And your reason for not doing it in February of 2007 was because you were busy with other things and you overlooked it, right?
It certainly would have been an overlooking of one of the interviews.
Of a key witness. Where was Linda Stermer the day of the fire?
I would say yes.
Have you ever been a field training officer?
No.
Have you ever trained any officers?
In certain things,
Like what?
I was basically putting a hand-to-hand combat instructor for the
Well,
department.
no, it would not have been
Other
traumatic.
things, I used to teach alcohol, drug driving detection.
Well, you've been a detective, right?
Sure.
Would you accept the
I'm talking about when I'm on scene as a first responder, believe it or not, once I may not remember every scene I've been on until we start talking about it. Then a lot of that memory comes back. But I just don't like the way he's asking. You're right. The gas station person may not remember a lot, but it's the way he's asking that's pissing me off.
reason from a rookie detective you might be overseeing? Hey, boss, I didn't interview this key witness because I was just too busy.
When you put it in that respect, it assumes that the person knew they were supposed to do it and just didn't do it because they got busy.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that if the person has said, I totally forgot, I was busy doing this, that, I forgot to do this, my reaction may be totally different to them if I was a supervisor.
Well, you were a veteran police officer at the time.
Okay.
You knew Cynthia DeLoach would have been a key witness in this case as to where Linda Stermer was on January 7, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, yes.
And your testimony in a prior hearing was, I overlooked it because I was just too busy.
Your Honor, we're getting into asked and answered. I think he's asked this several times.
Wanting him to
Sir?
agree, not
I don't know
asking.
if I got a direct answer to the question. Would you accept that excuse? I was too busy
Asked
to
and
interview a
answered,
key
Your
Well,
Honor.
witness.
Mr. Mueller, you've already asked the question, it's been
Thank
answered.
Oh, you were aware at least of the evidence storage policies of the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office in 2007, I imagine, right?
I could say so, yes.
Having been a detective,
Okay.
yes?
Yeah, sure.
From February 1 of 2007, when you picked up those tapes that we saw, the cash receipts,
Mhm.
to January 11, the day you interviewed Cynthia DeLoach, those receipts were not in the evidence room of the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office, were they?
No, they were not.
They were in your office, correct?
That is correct.
Is there a policy that allows detectives to keep critical evidence for 2.5 years in their office without putting it in and logging it in storage with a property room?
I could not tell you that specific. I can only tell why I had those items, but I can't tell you what the specific policy of the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office is towards items of evidence. If I'm working a case and I want those items in my possession, don't think I've ever been told no. Check them in, check them out, check them in, check them out.
You have to log in evidence for chain of custody reasons.
There are detectives who have had case files on their desk for buku years with copies of receipts, medical stuff, and they're not checked into evidence.
It's a piece of paper. It's not like it was a piece of clothing. Gerald, you might know more about this than I do.
Don't you? Yes, just so we, being the criminal defendant, the prosecutor, can make sure there's an appropriate chain of custody, right?
That's true.
You've learned that, correct?
Sure.
And Van Buren County Sheriff's Office has that policy, correct?
I don't know.
I mean-
Again, I've been retired for a while, and it's been a while since I remember. For me to say, what do they call it, quote and verse, I couldn't tell you. It is important to take your evidence and put it in an evidence room and log who's got it, when they've got it, if it's in, it's out, as long as you can follow that chain of custody.
Okay. In this case, there was no official chain of custody for those two receipts, were there?
I'm going to disagree a little bit, only from a standpoint of I have an evidence bag that they've been placed in. My name is placed on it, and then who I got it from, and then to me. And when I take it from me to somewhere else, then it's logged onto that evidence chain there, which that receipt does have it on the bag when I put it in evidence, when I had it out of evidence.
And it was 2.5 years later.
In my office, yes.
Still in
Hold on.
chain of evidence.
Take a morning break at this time.
No problem.
Okay. So jury will take about a 15-minute break, report directly to the jury room. And remember, please don't talk about the case or do any research.
I am polishing. I'm polishing. There you go. On the next stop. So,
Just
Add
back
more
up a little bit regarding your vehicle inspection. You told the jury that you found Linda Stermer's purse with $202 in it,
That.
correct?
I heard most of it. I found Linda Stermer's
I
purse.
apologize.
Pardon?
I apologize. I didn't speak clearly enough.
No, it's better. Actually, I have hearing issues, but
You found Linda Stermer's wallet or purse in the car
I did.
with $202 in it.
Yes.
You also found Todd Stermer's wallet in the vehicle, didn't you?
I think I identified it as such, as a wallet. Yeah.
This being a rural area, not Detroit, people tend to leave their keys in the car, right?
Your Honor, objection, speculation.
He's lived up here.
He can testify if he leaves his own wallet in the car, but he certainly can't testify with the community.
I'll sustain that objection.
enough myth.
The the search warrant inspection of the van, you were accompanied, or also there was a Mr. Hayhurst from the Michigan State Police, right?
Mr. Who?
Hayhurst.
Could have been. I don't remember, but it was, I know the MSP crime lab team was there.
And as quarterback of this case, you're the one responsible for coordinating all the evidence, right?
When I called the MSP crime lab to come in, or if somebody did call them in to assist us, they do their own collection. They sometimes keep their evidence until they're done analyzing it. And in the end, they do ship it back to us and it gets logged in. As per se, who exactly logged it in, I couldn't tell you from back then.
I was just asking, as quarterback of this investigation, it would be your responsibility to gather the reports and evidence whenever they come in. Fair?
I'm going to say that when the reports come in from other agencies, if the person is working that, they'll either log it in or they will tell me it's in or present it to me. I can't say it always is going to come to me as you refer to case manager. I just never really felt that way about the job other than, hey, there's something that needs to be done. If I can't do it, I'm going to ask you to do it. And we're kind of like that.
As officer in charge of any specific case, are you the primary liaison to the prosecutor's office on that case?
Yes, I'd say so. Pertaining to if someone else can get some information that I was not personally interviewing or something, they would come along with me and we would talk to the prosecutor, but that person would say what they found out.
Do you recall that you lost the van report from the MSP as part of this case?
No, I don't remember it.
You don't remember doing that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall that the in-car video from Deputy Gruss that showed this fire is missing?
No, I'm not aware of that either.
Nobody's told you that it can't be found?
I don't remember it, if that's what you're asking.
It certainly would be your responsibility to make sure the file is together as it goes to the prosecutor's office, fair?
You mean all the stuff for a case?
Yes.
I guess I know what you're looking for. This is for me to say I'm responsible for everything, but I'm
You're
going to the
wanting me
standpoint
to
if Deputy Gruss had a videotape and it was logged in and wasn't able to be found. Are we referring from the very beginning to now, or are we talking about just recently? Or I don't remember the videotape at all, so I apologize.
If there was a videotape from Deputy Gruss showing the progression of fire, it would have been evidence in this case, correct?
Okay.
Yes,
It could be.
well, it is.
Oh, okay. I
I'm
didn't.
going to object. He doesn't know about the videotape. He's testified that he doesn't know it exists. He didn't have any part in it. So asking questions about the videotape, then he has no knowledge.
It's always a better foundation.
Yeah, and lay your foundation, but also it's asked and answered.
Just real quick to put a bow on this. You are responsible for
that's
making
kind
sure
of
that
common.
evidence related to the case gets in the case and goes to the
Ask and answer,
prosecutor.
Your
Asked and
Honor.
answered.
All right. One little last area. You talked about Dardita Gordon, who was a jailhouse witness. Remember that?
Yes,
And you interviewed her.
I did.
How did she come to your attention?
I this is from the best of my memory, is that I was informed by a correction officer possibly that this person had said, and there were several of these kind of items at the time of where it came from exactly, but my guess would have been, it would have been a correction officer saying, hey, this person says they may have heard something, talk to that person says, well, so-and-so may have been closer to them than I was, and spurred off another interview. I'm again, not certain of how it came to be that I interviewed her. I just know that I was told that, or informed in some way, that she had heard a conversation that Linda Stermer had stated this in the jail at some point.
Do you know how close Ms. Gordon's cell was to Linda Stermer?
I do not.
Do you know what cell Linda Stermer was in the jail?
I do not.
Did you know the layout of the jail? I mean, it's Van Buren
Yes, I
County
know the
Jail.
layout of the jail. I know that more than just the cells, that people will be out of the cells for chapel services, counseling services, where they're brought in from different cells, but all are together in one main room. I can't remember the name of the room, but it's where everybody gets together if there's church services and things like that. So I don't know remember anyways, what cells they were in, or whether they had met in a, there's Alcoholics Anonymous, there's Drugs Anonymous, there's all sorts of group meetings that they all come out of their cells and go to. I'm not sure what the perspective from back then, maybe yes, but today I don't remember how she heard what she heard.
Fair enough. You can and help our jury with how Ms. Gordon would have received any information, right?
Not without refreshing my memory from the report, if I had stated in the report where she had heard it or how she heard it.
But you said you don't give specific facts of a case to a witness, right?
We usually do not give exact facts of the case. We tend to hold those to see what the other person knows if they match up with what we know.
You don't recall what happened in this case. What specific facts were given to Ms. Gordon? Would that be fair? As you sit here today?
Not quite sure what you're asking
Do
me.
you recall what facts you gave Ms. Gordon about this case?
No, I guess not.
No, just ask for your best memory.
Yeah, I mean, fact-wise, what's exactly a fact? No, I mean, I wanted to talk to her about what she may have heard in regards to Linda Stermer, in regards to what she had heard, and left it from there, I believe.
Jailhouse witnesses are often looking for favors or lenience or some type of quid pro for their quo of giving you information, aren't they?
That's all speculation.
He's interviewed plenty of
I'll
jailhouse
allow it in
witnesses.
his experience
Thank you.
if he knows.
You have interviewed jailhouse witnesses before,
Yes,
more than one,
yes.
and they are often looking for favors or lenience, aren't they?
Some are looking for a deal.
It's certainly not unexpected in your business.
No, but it's also something they're made fully aware that I have no power to grant them anything.
Okay, and then finally, one of the things you're looking for is corroboration,
Good
correct?
answer.
More than one person saying the same thing?
Or you have physical evidence that would support what they're saying, correct?
Sure.
Tell our jury what fact of Dardita Gordon's that you verified from any physical evidence or any inspection or anything.
Objection, Your Honor, based on your side.
I asked if you could verify a
The
fact.
present question doesn't call for hearsay, so I'll overrule that.
Was there anything that Dardita Gordon told you that you verified from any physical evidence from the scene or any objective evidence?
You're going to have to testify to your side and answer that question, Your Honor.
I think it's just a yes or no.
It's a simple yes or no.
Okay.
Do you recall as you sit here?
As I recall sitting here, did she give specific something that was a factual basis to the case?
That you verified, that you corroborated from
Right.
scene evidence or something?
Not that I recall.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to start out with Dardita Gordon and your interview with her. Would it help refresh your memory with what your interview was with Dardita Gordon if I gave you a copy of your report?
Sure.
I mean, I can look over that report, just to refresh your memory when you're done. If you please just look up.
That is a lot of
through that?
I beg your pardon?
You had an adequate chance to read through that?
Yes.
And does it help refresh your memory as to what your interview with Ms. Dardita Gordon was?
Yes.
And that was written very close to the time that you interviewed Ms. Gordon?
Yes.
So you had stated earlier in your testimony that you observed laceration on Mr. Todd Stermer's head on scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that you also observed blood pooling, or you believe Mr. Todd Stermer then had been laying in the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you receive information from Ms. Dardita Gordon that may or may not give insight into those lacerations that Todd Stermer received on his head? He doesn't need to tell me exactly. It's a follow-up from his cross about corroborating evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, as long as we're not going into the substance, but the current question's fine.
Thank you. So don't tell me what she said, because obviously that would be hearsay, but did you receive information from Dardita Gordon that may or may not give insight into those lacerations?
Yes.
Did you tell her about those head lacerations or about that blood pooling that you saw on scene before you talked to her about the potential information?
Objection form leading.
I'll allow it for this.
No.
So I want to get back to why you had those tapes in your office. Was your office secured at that time?
Yes, I had an office with a lock on it.
And was it common practice that you would lock those doors?
Yes,
And was evidence then kept secure in your office?
absolutely.
And why did it take you that amount of time to then interview Ms. Cynthia DeLoach at the Marathon Station?
Okay. I would say that it wasn't an important interview. It would have been surely a oversight on my part or on the team's part that we are a small department. We do multiple crimes at a time, and you may have heard the term before. It's juggling. You're juggling things. And the interview with Cindy DeLoach was something that when I was reviewing all the case reports and going through items that had been collected in preparation of this case, noting that
Karate Cat Mom.
the clerk had never been spoke to, and immediately was sought out to get an interview from them. But it was not that it wouldn't have been considered important. It was more that it got slipped, if you want to say slipped through the crack, but found and rectified.
And you had already spoken to the owner of the gas station.
Yes, I had.
You'd gotten the tapes, the VHS tapes.
I did.
Yeah, that, it's getting to be leading, if you can rephrase.
Did you, before that, did you get the tapes from the
Yes.
Marathon Station? Did you work then to try to view the tapes?
I did.
Did you work with another department to see if you could recover information on those tapes?
I did.
And you also then did you also recover the tapes, the cash register tapes that have been entered into the exhibits?
I did.
So all that had happened then close to the time frame of the fire.
Yes.
You were asked a little bit about tapes that were in the car, I believe from other officers. Do you recall what type of taping system was in police cars at that time?
I don't.
As a detective, did you have a system in your car?
No, I did not.
Was that common for detectives not to have systems in their car?
No, detectives did not have recording devices at that time in their vehicles.
Detectives often, did they have body cams at that time?
No, we didn't.
And again, this is back in 2007, is that correct?
Correct.
I want to bring your memory back to the picture that defense counsel had up on the screen for quite a while of the van being heisted up. Do you recall that picture?
Yes.
And do you recall if you saw any mud flaps on that van?
I don't recall seeing any mud flaps on the van.
Did that picture depict any?
No.
And do you recall seeing any mud in the wheel well in that picture?
No, I did not.
And do you remember if there was mud in the wheel well of the rear tires?
No, there was not.
I want to take you back to what you were thinking on the time at the scene. You were asked by defense counsel if you asked the original people on scene if they could smell accelerants on scene. Do you remember that question?
I do.
If you would have asked the people on scene and gotten an answer, would that have influenced your actions or what you thought you smelled?
No. I mean, if you're asking, if I had asked them before I saw the body myself, their statement of they had smelled fuel on the body would influence my.
Yes. If they would have smelled fuel or not smelled fuel, would that have changed how you approached your investigation?
No. As far as I see it as I was there, I smelled accelerants or fuel on Todd Stermer. So
And you're the detective.
true. But what they smelled, I couldn't tell you, or I don't know that I would have asked.
But you're the detective and you still would have done your job to determine what you smelled. Is that correct?
Yes, and I would have recorded such.
You pumped gas before, Detective Masiowski?
Sure.
You know what gas smells like?
I do.
At the time of this fire, did you live close to Lawrence?
I lived in Lawrence Township, yes.
And do you recall, if you recall, was this a big deal in this small community?
Yes,
Lots of people talking about this event?
it's a small town.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, he's going to come back.
Thank you. Let's work backwards if I can. So you do know what gas smells like.
I have pumped gas and I've smelled
You know
gas.
what gas smells like? You smelled it a lot, right?
well as anybody else, yeah.
Okay, but you can't tell this jury that what you smelled on Todd Stermer was gasoline. Remember telling us that?
Yes, I do.
Now, you said you reviewed
I told
the
you that.
file back in June of '09. As you were reviewing the file, remember you
Yeah,
told?
I do remember realizing that we had interviewed her and it was later in the investigation. Yes, exact date, kind of. If you say that's what I reported, then fine.
Isn't it true, sir, that an officer, Charity Cummings, brought that to your attention that Mr. Loach might have some evidence to share, some information to share?
I honestly don't remember how I thought it was through review of it, but if it's documented as such, I'm not going to deny
It's
it.
certainly possible that it wasn't through your file review. It was through information you got from somebody that prompted you, oh my God, we didn't talk to this witness.
And again, that I can't remember, but if there's documentation to such, I would not say no to. I'm just saying from what I could remember, it was during reviews of things, so.
And you testified just a second ago that, I think you said, what are you, a small sheriff's office in your job?
You know what? I thought the same thing about 10 minutes ago. He's been nowhere to be seen.
Doing a lot of cases.
That is true.
Death case is a big case, right?
Pardon?
A death case is a big case. Small sheriff's office or not, right?
Okay, yes.
Yes. Didn't that case deserve your best effort
I believe I did give a very good effort in this case.
by simply overlooking it because you were too busy?
I believe nobody's infallible, but I will definitely admit to it didn't get done in a timely fashion.
Then you were asked some questions about Ardita Gordon, and did she provide information as to what might have caused lacerations on Todd Stermer's head? You remember that?
I do.
Were asked questions about that?
She asked me if she gave any information that was pertinent to that case or that would have followed through. Yes, but specifically, she didn't say, that being the prosecutor, what specifically we were talking about.
Okay. You do not recall testifying 5 minutes ago that Ardita Gordon may have given you some information about what caused lacerations on Todd Stermer's head?
Okay, yes.
You do now remember.
Again, I'd almost have to go back to that. I thought that what was asked of me was, did she give any facts that were in the case or such? But if that's what it was, or maybe I'm confused.
Okay, I don't want to confuse you. I want to make sure you and I are very clear with each other.
Okay.
You never corroborated with a medical expert, like a medical examiner, Dr. Markey, what caused the lacerations on Mr. Stermer's head. Fair?
Not that I remember.
If you would have put it down in the report.
That would be very true.
So as you sit here today, you have no evidence to corroborate what Ardita Gordon may have told you regarding lacerations on Todd Stermer's head. Fair?
Argumentative, Your Honor.
I'll allow it for cross, although it is getting
Okay,
asked and answered.
During the course of the interview with Ardita Gordon,
The question is,
questions were asked of her that, did she hear things from Linda Stermer? Did you hear them directly from Linda Stermer? And she would answer to that effect. And then in some items, she would not be totally clear. And so examples would be laid out to her as to, well, could it have been this? Or was it something like that or something? And she would respond to that if that's what you're looking
well,
at.
now you took me to a new little area.
Okay.
You had suggested to Ardita Gordon, could some injuries be the result of this?
As
Or-
an example only, not as a specific.
Fair enough. As an example only, and she said, yes, it could be.
That would be true.
And you never corroborated with any medical expert
That it would have been that item?
that it was true.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry,
No, no,
you delayed
it's-
slowly enough where I'm sitting here fighting myself trying to finish your sentence. I apologize.
Yeah, I think it has been asked, but I'm not sure it's been answered. So
Okay, no.
Last question. You can't help our jury at all with any source of lacerations to Todd Stermer's head. Fair?
No, I cannot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Detective Maciowski, it's your job to try to gather all information as to what may be pertinent in this investigation. Is that a fair statement?
That is true.
And so when you heard this information from Ardita Gordon, you interviewed her because it may or may not be pertinent.
That is correct.
And you gathered that information and presented it in your report with what Ms. Ardita Gordon said.
That is correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sir, did you corroborate anything Ardita Gordon told? Excuse me, witnesses from the jail that would corroborate anything Ardita Gordon told you?
I couldn't say I remember one way or another. I did interview other people, but I don't remember the content or statements that they gave.
Okay. You interviewed several jailhouse witnesses trying to get information regarding Linda Stermer's involvement in the suspected crime. Fair?
Okay.
Yes? Okay.
Again, I just said, I don't remember. I know I interviewed people from the jail in regards to this. I don't remember how many. I don't remember what they told me.
And you don't remember their names?
No, other than to refresh right here, there's a whole list of names that she told me, that being Miss Gordon told me were in the room. So there's a possibility I may have interviewed them.
And as far as you're able to tell us, nobody of all the people you interviewed corroborated anything Ardita Gordon said with respect to lacerations on
Your
the
Honor,
head?
he's testified that he doesn't have any of the information from the others, so unless we want to sit here while he reads all of his reports, I don't think he can answer that
Well,
question.
then just real quick,
It's asked and answered, so hold
did you
on,
prepare
please.
for trial today?
Did I
Did
prepare
you
to
review anything?
Oh, I did review some reports. Yes.
Your reports?
Some of my reports.
Not that one.
This one right here? No.
And did you meet with the prosecutor
I did for when I drove into town, yes.
to talk about the case and what your testimony is going to be?
Yeah, I had been given outlines of what would be asked, I guess.
You were given outlines by the prosecutor of what might be the direction of the questions she's going, correct?
Yes.
Right, thank you.
You didn't interview,
I'm wrong
right, so
with
you
that.
didn't memorize your interviews with others, word for word in preparation for this testimony, is that a fair
No.
statement? And you understand that that's hearsay, and you can't testify then to what others have told you.
That's correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, you done?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Jury, any questions of him? Yes, I have several coming.
Okay, I'm struggling a little bit. I'm not struggling a little bit. I'm irritated. I am a little irritated. I haven't worn this in a long time. It's every first in my son and daughter's lives. So there's two of them here. Two. When they get married, they get it, or the wife will get it. Redirect times 4. Redirect times 4. 4 on the floor. 4 for more.
Dina Gordon interviews us though. Jury,
Okay, let's see what the
okay, I
jury.
have some questions from the jury. Jury, I'm asking most of the questions. I've determined under the law not to ask others. Some may be addressed though in future witnesses. Was the Dardina Gordon interview, is that the name, Dardina Gordon?
Dardina Gordon, Your Honor.
Dardina Gordon interview recorded or transcribed?
I believe it was recorded.
Are there any pictures of the rear tires on the van?
Only from what probably was shown here today. No, there's that I know of. I don't know or don't recall what the MSP crime lab took pictures of.
Do you recall if the pulley that retains the
right?
spare tire on the vehicle was fully retracted, or was there some play in the spare tire that would allow some rotation and tilt?
I do not know that.
What was the date of Ms. Gordon's interview?
I know it was listed on the report that was in front of me. I no longer have that.
Would that refresh your recollection? Okay.
I could refresh. Okay. Excuse me. They're requesting, if I'm not mistaken, the date of the interview of Dardina Gordon?
Yes.
This is not that report.
That's not the report I just took.
It was the report you just took off the table.
Well, while she's looking that up, sir, do you believe most of the tire tracks marked were going downhill?
I believe that to be the direction of travel based on where the van was located that was running on the backside of the house and the trail, if you will, or tracks going from the top of the house to where the vehicle rested, indicating that I saw no other tracks. It indicated to me that that's where they began, was at the top, and came down around behind the house.
So they met, the path ended up, the X was the vein.
The date of the interview of Dardina Gordon was on 10/28/2009, at approximately 12:02 p.m.
Did it appear that the van tracks were sliding down slope or simply traveling down to its final destination?
I could not tell that.
Did you verify what was on the marathon receipt? Without telling us what was on it, but did you verify?
I believe that the items were identified at some point as to what was purchased.
Okay. I think that's all. Okay. Council, any questions in light of those questions and answers?
Just to clarify, Your Honor.
Oh, more
So
redirect and
you did
direct.
verify, you remember there were two exhibits, the big roll of receipts and then the copy of the one receipt, correct? You remember that?
I do recall 2 rolls in the bag there.
I'm sorry, my question was probably confusing. Do you recall that there was a roll?
Yes.
And then there was a paper copy as a separate exhibit?
Yes,
Did you verify that that paper copy, that was a smaller section, was from that roll?
yes, yes.
And when you were looking at the tire tracks, did you see tread going down the hill, or were you unable to see tread at that time?
I do not remember seeing tread, like if you're asking, could you identify the tread marks that were in that track going to the tires of the back of that van? I could not.
And weather conditions at that time, when you were looking at the tracks, I believe you had stated it was raining, turning to snow.
That is correct.
Was it muddy as well?
It was in certain locations, absolutely.
And do you recall when you got there at 5 o'clock, was it raining?
It was.
And last question for you, you remember, even though we didn't show you a picture, we showed you a picture of the front wheel well. You remember clearly then the back wheel well?
Question leading.
It's like, you allow it.
In observation of the van in general, as well as the wheel well, I did not see any large deposits of mud on the vehicle.
Whether it was in the front or the back, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can you describe the condition of those rear tires as poor? You remember that?
I stated they were worn.
Worn?
Yes.
You understand that it's like 1/16 of an inch tread, and you have,
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence. I'm not really sure if again he's testifying or what we're doing here.
do you know, sir, what the tread depth is when you should replace your tires?
I'm going to say, no, I don't. I see people putting a penny in there, and if it's beyond a certain way, you should replace the tires. I state that the
But then
tires in the
what's the
front
head of
looked to have more
Abraham
tread
Lincoln
than the ones
replaced
in the rear, and that is why I stated them to be worn.
Worn. In fact, they were nearly bald, as you remember.
That I don't remember.
You can't tell from just tire tracks themselves which direction a vehicle is going, can you?
I didn't.
Because you couldn't.
I'm saying I didn't determine what direction the tires were going.
Actually, you
track.
can. You can, if that's what you're looking for. Because the patterns in the tires, they will match only in one direction. And it's the direction that they're turning in. But this guy, he's testifying. The lawyer is testifying, no. we don't.
And as far as any path that you saw the vehicle, you can't help our jury.
There were tire tracks. If you go from the van up to the house, you have a clear path of tire tracks.
With the path that Linda Stermer might have taken from the top of the hill to the point of final rest, fair?
I believe what I said before was from the area going down the embankment where it was apparent they were the only set of treads coming down. This is at the embankment below the top, let's call it the north west side of the driveway and parking area, if you will. After that, going down the hill, that was the only set of tracks I saw, which went to the back of that van.
And you don't
Directly into the back
have any
of the van.
photos of those tracks, do you?
I believe photos were taken.
You don't have any photos of
I don't have any photos.
Did you help Detective Guluz, Sergeant Guluz, do his mapping of the area?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. So the date of the Dardita Gordon interview was almost 3 years after this incident, wasn't it?
It was on 10/28 of 2009.
This being January 7, 2007, almost 3 years, 2 3/4.
Okay.
Your Honor, I think that's a mischaracterization. We're talking from January 7th to January of 07 to January of 09. That's 2 years.
Let's do the math if I may.
How about we just move on?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just move on.
The jury can do the math. Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Anything else, Ms. Sotterbean?
Your Honor.
Wake up.
Sidebar.
Wake up.
Able to interview. You correct?
Yes.
Dardita
There we go.
Madiowski, when you talked to Dardita Gordon, it was after she had been incarcerated. Is that correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, she had been incarcerated at the same time or some overlapping time with Ms. Stermer, correct?
Yes.
So you would not have been able to follow up with Ms. Gordon until they had been incarcerated together, correct?
Let's just ask why he did it at the time he did it.
So why would you have then been alerted to Ms. Gordon's statement at that time in 2009?
I would not have been alerted to any of that until after Linda Stermer had been incarcerated and brought to my attention that Dardita may have some information based on her being incarcerated during the same time as Ms. Stermer.
So you wouldn't have been able to interview Ms. Dardita Gordon before that, correct?
Form, leading.
Would you have been able to interview Dardita Gordon
Like you don't?
before Ms. Stermer and Ms. Gordon were incarcerated together?
No.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Can we go to approach, please?
Yes.
Ooh, whoop. She's telling them to approach. That can't be good.
Of this witness?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, any questions of this witness?
Can he be released from his subpoena?
Sir, you just mentioned that you were aware of the situation with Linda Stermer and Dardita Gordon being in jail, right?
Did I know they were both in jail?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Linda Stermer was jailed in June '09. You remember that?
I remember she was incarcerated. I don't have exact dates from back then, but okay.
If I tell you that, any reason?
Yeah, I'm not going to dispute.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, I don't know what the comment there was. I had to be stricken.
June '09, she was arrested and she was bonded out in August '09. You remember that?
I don't.
Okay, but you didn't interview Dardita Gordon until October of '09, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thanks.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Jury, any other questions of him? May he be excused from his subpoena obligations, counsel?
I would ask that you please be excused, Your Honor.
No problem.
Okay, you're done and you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll take those exhibits that are sitting.
Your Honor, may I approach the room and report?
Yes, yes, if you want to keep all those, you can.
Yeah.
This is.
Thank you. Okay, Jury, we'll break for lunch now. Remember the rules, no media, no talking about the case, no research, investigations, experiments. And I will see you back here at the jury room at 1 o'clock, please.
Y'all, we're going to skim. That guy drives me crazy.
Versus Linda Stermer. The jury is not present. The record should reflect I did meet with counsel during the lunch hour on the issue of Ms. Stermer being in jail in June of, on or about June of 2009. I had ruled that the prosecution and in favor of the prosecution when they argued that the defense opened the door to Ms. Stermer's jail status back in June by focusing in the questioning on why Detective Maziowski would have waited so long to interview this Dardita Gordon. So I had ruled that that opened the door. On further reflection, I don't know how much it really did. I think the more important question is when he first got information that would cause him to interview Dardita Gordon. But in any way, we have the jailhouse snitch was brought up in the defense by their opening. We have this witness who's going to testify that she was in jail. So it's neither here nor there at this point, but parties and I have met, and I think everybody's in agreement with approaching this in the following way. I would give an initial instruction now when they come in that says you've heard testimony that Ms. Stermer was in jail on or about June 2009. The parties stipulate that she was in jail for this offense. You must not consider this as evidence of defendant's guilt. The fact that she was in jail must not impact your deliberations or verdict in any way. You may only consider Detective Maziowski's testimony regarding this to explain why he did the interview of Dardita Gordon when he did. And then there's a request to give the same instruction without the last sentence honing in on Detective Maziowski immediately prior to Dardita Gordon testifying. Is that correct, counsel?
I think that's a fair reflection of our conversation. Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So I'll do that. Any other matters to address then before we bring in the jury?
I have none, Your Honor.
You good, Mr. Kelly?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll bring in the jury.
They bring the jury.
Counsel?
I think that's
Yes,
a
Your Honor.
fair reflection of our conversation. Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'll do that. Any other matters to address then? Consider Detective Maziowski. I do have an instruction for, a legal instruction for you before we proceed with witnesses. You have heard testimony that Ms. Stermer was in jail on or about June of 2009. The parties stipulate that she was in jail for this offense. You must not consider this as evidence of defendant's guilt. The fact that she was in jail must not impact your deliberations or verdict in any way. You may only consider Detective Maziowski's testimony regarding this to explain why he did the interview of Dardita Gordon when he did it. Counsel satisfied with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, satisfied? You raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please have a seat, and when you're settled, we'll have you give us your full name and spell the last, please.
My name is Gabrielle, Gabrielle, and last Rout, Rought.
Thank you. Ms. Seidman?
Thank you. Detective Rout, were you employed on January 7th of 2007?
Yes, I was.
And what was your employment at that time?
I was a detective for the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office.
And how long did you work for the Van Buren County Sheriff's Department?
16 and a half years.
Are you currently still employed there?
No, I'm retired.
And on January 7th of 2007, did you receive a call regarding the Stermer residence and a fatal fire?
Yes, I did. I was home and received a call from my commanding officer, Lieutenant Snow.
And what did you do upon receiving that call?
I went to the residence. It was in Lawrence. And when I got there, I radioed him that I was there.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived there?
I arrived a little bit after 5:30. I think it was actually 5:35.
And can you explain to the jury what you saw when you arrived there?
When I arrived there, there was a long driveway that went to the west, and there was a police line tape that was across the driveway.
And did you cross that police line?
I did. After I spoke with my lieutenant, he advised me to go ahead and come back in. I drove just a short distance on the driveway where I parked.
And any issues driving on the driveway at that time?
No.
Do you recall how many other vehicles were in the driveway when you arrived there?
There were quite a few vehicles, but mostly I remember emergency vehicles, but they were closer to the residence.
Did it appear that any of those vehicles were stuck?
I wasn't close enough to see any of those vehicles. I was closer to the road.
And did you walk down the driveway then to the home?
No, I did not go to the home. I walked to where Lieutenant Stump and Lieutenant Lux were, and Deputy Evans. And I believe it was maybe somewhere in the front yard area, but it was closer to the road. It wasn't by the house.
And did you speak to any other law enforcement when you first arrived then?
No, just those three.
So you did speak then to Deputy Evans, Lieutenant
Lux and Lieutenant Stump.
And what did they ask you to do when you arrived?
Lieutenant Stump asked me to go and take pictures of Todd Stermer before the MEI completed the investigation or removed the body from the scene.
And when you say MEI, what does that stand for?
The medical examiner investigator.
Would that have been Amy Darling?
Yes,
So did you take photos of the body?
I did.
And did you also take photos of the scene?
I did, but after speaking with Mrs. Stermer.
Can you describe then what you saw when you went to, can you describe Todd Stermer when you were taking pictures of him?
Well, the first picture, he was covered with a tarp. But after those items were removed, I saw extreme burn injuries. I saw some skin slippage on his hands. And when he was rolled over on his side, I saw some lacerations on the back of his head, shoulder area.
And so you said he was covered with a tarp at that time.
Yes.
Was he alive at that point?
No,
Did you speak to the defendant on scene?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
It was about 6:25 in the evening,
So approximately an hour after you arrived?
even a little less than an hour, but yes.
And what was your purpose of your questioning at that time of the defendant?
Well, my purpose was to just get preliminary information from her as to what happened. It was not an interrogation, and this was a scene of a fatal house fire where her husband just passed, so I was certainly trying to be sympathetic to what was just happened.
Where was she when you spoke to her?
Initially, I was told that she was seated in a red pickup truck, but actually, I was directed to an ambulance where she was in the back of the ambulance.
Was anyone else with her in the ambulance?
Yes, a woman by the name of Gail Crandall.
And that's when you had the first opportunity to speak to her?
That's correct.
And did you confirm that she lived in that home with Todd Stermer?
Yes, I did.
And did you ask her who lived in the home with her?
I asked her if she had the number of children, and she told me she had 5. And she named her 3 boys, and then she named 2 girls from a previous relationship. And they did not live there.
When you say they did not live
The
there?
girls.
Did you ask her to recall the events from that morning?
Yes, I did. I asked her if she could recall the events from the time she got up until the present time that I was there.
And did she tell you when she first got up?
She did. She said that she got up earlier than Todd that morning, and she estimated to be about 7 a.m.
And did she say when Todd woke up?
She did. She thought that he woke up at 10 a.m.
And did she say what condition Todd was in?
She did. She told me that Todd had been suffering from an ear infection, and he was taking medication for that. I asked her if she knew the type of medication, and she told me she didn't.
And did she say where Todd was?
She did. She said that Todd was in the living room snoozing on and off, watching TV.
Did she say what she did?
She said that she made breakfast for everybody, and she said it was eggs and breakfast sausage, smoky links, and coffee.
And did she talk about where her sons were at that time?
She said her 3 sons were home, but she had asked them not to bother or wake up their father.
Did she talk to you about any arguments that may have occurred?
She did. She said that they had had an earlier argument in the morning when they were in the kitchen. I asked her what the argument was about, and she said that she had told Todd that she used a debit card and that she didn't record the activity in her checkbook register, and she didn't transfer money from one account to another.
Did she tell you where she had sent the boys or where they went?
First before that, I asked her what she had purchased with the debit card, and she said that she had bought some prescriptions, some groceries, and a disposable camera. Yes, she did tell me that she had asked the boys, or told the boys they could go to the mall to hang out so that they wouldn't hear any further arguing.
And did she tell you what time the boys left that day?
I asked her what time she thought that was, and she thought that it was around 12 noon.
Did she say if there was any arguing between her and Todd Stermer after the boys left?
I asked her if any arguing occurred after the boys left, and she told me no.
Did she tell you what she did after the boys left?
She said she went outside to turn water on for her horses.
Did she say what Todd was doing at that time?
She did. She said that Todd was in the living room, and he was starting to watch some hunting shows on television.
Did you ask her if there was a fire going in the fireplace?
I asked her if there was a fireplace in the living room, and she said yes, and that there was a fire going in the fireplace.
And did she tell you what she did when she came back into the home?
I asked her what she was doing when Todd was watching the hunting shows, and she said that she went to her bedroom and that she was reading a pamphlet on some acne medication that her son was taking, and she said she snoozed off as well.
That she snoozed off for a while?
Yes.
Did she tell you what happened when she got up?
She said when she got up that Todd had asked her for a drink of juice, and that she gave him the juice, and she told me that he was in his recliner chair when
Did she say where that recliner was?
in the living room.
Did she say what she did after she gave him juice?
She did. She said she went down to the basement and she was doing some laundry. She also told me that when she was down there, she had let her dogs out and had fed a cat and was straightening up a bathroom.
And did she say anything occurred when she then was downstairs doing laundry?
She did. She said when she was in doing laundry in the laundry room, she said she heard Todd yell there was a fire, and she ran to the stairs and up the stairs, and she saw fire and a lot of smoke in the living room.
Did she say if she saw Todd at that time?
She said she did not see Todd and that she could not get to a telephone.
And did she tell you what she did next?
She did. She said she got out of the residence and that she knew she needed to get some help, and she thought to go to her neighbor's house, Mike and Connie.
And did she tell you if she then did indeed leave the residence?
She did. She said she got in her van, which was parked in the driveway, and she said she heard a boom and saw Todd on fire in the side yard. I tried to clarify what side yard meant to her, and she told me it was the north side.
Did she tell you how Todd got out of the home?
She said she didn't know how he got out of the home and that he was trying to shed his clothing.
Did she say if he was on fire at that time?
She said when she initially saw him with the boom, it seemed he was on fire, but she also said that he was on fire and trying to shed his clothing.
And what did she do then after she saw that?
She said she got in her van and she tried to turn the van around, and she said she couldn't really remember what was going on.
And did she say then if she saw Todd after she was in her van?
She said she saw him and then she couldn't see him, and she said that she drove around the north side of her property or north side of her house to the back side or west side of the residence.
Did she say why she was doing that?
She did. She said that she was doing it to get help for Todd or to get Todd in the van.
And when she saw Todd was on fire, did you ask if she took any action?
Well, after she told me that she drove around the north side of the house to the back, she said at one point when she saw him on fire, she tried to get him to stop moving. So I tried to clarify this with her to see if she had gotten out of the van or if she had grabbed onto him. And she said she didn't think that she got out of the van, and she denied ever grabbing him.
Did she say if she saw Todd when she was driving around to the basement area?
No, she said the time from driving around the north side of the property to the back side, she did not see Todd during this process.
Did she tell you at any point she got out of the van?
She did. She said she got out of her van and hollering or yelling, and she saw him again in the side yard. And that's when she said she ran over to him and she covered his body with herself.
And you said that he was in the side yard at that time?
That's correct.
And did she say where approximately in the side yard he was?
No, she just told me side yard.
And she said he was on the ground?
Yes.
Did she tell you what she was doing when she was then covering herself with him?
Well, she said that his face was burned and that he was gasping and she was trying to keep his mouth open.
And did she say if anyone else arrived?
She did. She said her neighbors Mike and Connie and a Mr. Masali got there. She doesn't know where or when they got there. They were just there.
And did she say if at that time when they arrived that Todd was still breathing?
She did. And she said that somebody threw something over the top of him. And from that point on, she didn't really remember a lot.
There you go, Sunny Day.
Did you ask her questions about how the fire may have started?
Well, I asked her if Todd was a smoker, and she told me that he smoked a pipe. I asked, actually, she clarified with me earlier in the interview. I had asked her if there was a fireplace in the living room. She told me there was. She clarified with me that there were actually 2 fireplaces in the house and that there was a fire going in the upstairs living room fireplace.
Did you ask her if there was any kerosene in the house?
I asked her if there was any, or I asked if where they kept their kerosene, thinking that they possibly had a kerosene heater or something like that. She said that they didn't have any kerosene that she was aware of.
And did you ask her about how they did heat the home?
I asked her about the fuel tank, and she said that they did heat their home with fuel oil and that it was professionally filled.
Did you ask her about any potential oil lamps or anything in the home?
No, she told me that there were 2 oil lamps, one in the living room and one in the dining room.
Did you ask her about what the arguments were about prior to the boys leaving?
I agree.
It depends on how engulfed he was. Because when you were in that much pain and you can't breathe and that you're that engulfed, yeah, I don't know if he could have thought. He may have dropped and rolled. I don't know.
I briefly asked her if there was a series of little arguments leading to a big one, and she said no, it was just typical relational argument. And she said that Todd was under a lot of pressure, that his business wasn't doing well, and they were just arguing over typical stuff, and she said that he was also angry with her that she had attended her grandmother's 90th birthday party the night before.
And at the time that you were talking to the defendant, did you have any knowledge about blood on the van?
No, I didn't.
Did she ever offer any information about running Todd over?
No,
And you didn't ask because you didn't have the information, is that correct?
that's correct.
Then did you obtain search warrants then for the van and for the residence?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any further involvement that day at the scene?
Yes, after that, I took several photographs of the scene before my camera battery died.
And did you see the tire tracks in the yard?
I did.
And were they marked with flags at that time?
Yes, they were.
And could you tell where those tracks started and where they led to?
They appear to be coming from a blood puddle area leading to where the van was parked behind the residence.
And you saw that after your interviews then with
Yes,
Mr.
actually, yes.
Were you back out to the residence then on January 8th of 2007?
Yes, I went along with Lieutenant Stump. We both were.
Anyone else present there when you were out there on January 8th?
Yes, the fire marshal, Sergeant Leroy, and there were members of the fire department.
Did you take pictures of the scene then on January 8th?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 31. Pictures marked from 1 to 23, so there are a total of 23 pictures. If you could just flip through those pictures real quick and let me know if you recognize them. This is 31, Your Honor. And then there will be 23 pictures included with 31, all then marked in the bottom right-hand corner like our previous photos.
I couldn't have said it better myself, K-Swan. I was just thinking about that. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah. I bet he was on the ground and she was rolling over. She was rolling him. She was trying to roll him. That's what it was. She was trying to push him to roll him with the van. She was trying to get the fire out by using the van to propel him down the hill so he would roll. That's true too.
Yes,
And do you recognize those?
I do.
And why do you recognize them?
I took these pictures.
And those are the ones taken on January 8th of 2007?
That's correct.
Altered or changed in any way?
They don't appear to be.
Your Honor, I'd move for for the admission of People's Exhibit number 31 into evidence at this time. I'm going to keep permission to publish. I'm going to keep them in front of you, and I'm going to then put them on the screen and just have you describe for the jury what we're looking at. So this is picture number 1. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at?
This is a picture of County Road 275, I believe that was, 215, sorry, County Road 215, and I'm facing north. And then I'm just going to be just a little bit north of the driveway of their residence.
So this is the road out in front of the house, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm going to advance then to the second slide. What are we looking at here?
I'm still standing on the road, but right at the apron of the driveway, facing north.
And when you say the driveway, you mean the Stermer driveway?
That's correct.
And that would be on the left of the photo?
Yes, going west.
I'm going to go then to the third photo. What are we looking at here?
This is looking west down the driveway, the Stermer residence, and you can see the address 66598 on the wooden post at the end of the driveway.
And I am going to advance now to photograph number 4. What are we looking at here?
That's just a closer view of the address at the end of the driveway.
And I'm going to advance then to slide 5. What are we looking at here?
This is the driveway as I'm proceeding closer to the residence, still facing west.
So this as you are going down the driveway, you are
That's-
taking pictures?
That's correct.
I'm going to go then to slide number 6. What are we looking at here?
Again, the driveway, just getting closer to the residence.
And you mentioned that others were on scene. Is there any evidence in this picture then of others being on scene?
Yes, several vehicles, plus I see the fire truck.
And again, this was the day after the fire.
Correct.
I'm going to advance then to slide number 7. What are we looking at here?
Again, getting closer to the residence, still facing west on the driveway, closer to the fire truck and the other vehicles there.
I'm going to advance to then slide number 8. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of the house. It faces east. You can see several fire department personnel there.
I'm going to advance then to slide 9. What are we looking at here?
Again, a closer view of the front of the residence or east side of the residence.
I'm going to advance now to number 10. And what are we looking at here?
This is a picture of the, it would be the northeast corner of the residence.
So just to be clear, for those of us who are directionally challenged, the front door
The
would-
front door would be on the, yes,
to the left?
yes, to the left.
And that would be then, my pointer is covering the overhang then to the front door?
That's correct.
And it would be then walking around to the right-hand side of the house?
That's correct.
And I'm going to advance then to slide number 10. And what are we looking at here?
This is the north side of the house. And you can see that the grade of the lawn appears that it's going to a walkout level to the back.
And I'm going to stop you to the left on the home. Do you know what this is? It would be kind of a brown area on the house.
Yeah, it appears that that was a service door, and the other one appears that it was some type of a slider door, but there weren't, it didn't appear that there were any finished decks or any way to go out, and it didn't appear that they were using them, actually.
So there were no improved decks coming off of those doors.
That's what it looked like to me.
And then I'm going to advance to slide 12. What are we looking at here?
Okay, so this is going to be, as I'm walking around the house again, so this is still the north side of the house, but probably it's the northwest side of the house.
So if I'm looking at the front of the house, it's on the right-hand side, but the back corner of the house, is that correct?
That's correct.
So you're still just walking around the home?
Walking around the home, yep.
I'm going to advance this to then slide 13. And what are you looking at here?
This is the back side of the residence, the west side, and you can see that the lower level is the walkout level or basement, and the upper level is the main floor level.
And I'm going to advance now to slide 14. And what are we looking at here?
This would be the southwest corner of the building or the house.
So are we still looking at the back of the house here?
That's correct.
And are you walking up to then the other side of the house?
That's correct.
Which if you're in the front of the house, this would be the left-hand side of the house.
That's correct.
I'm going to go ahead and go to number 15. What are we looking at here?
That would be the south side of the residence.
So again, if I'm in the front, looking at the front of the house, it'd be to the left.
That's correct.
And I'm going to advance now to slide 16. What are we looking at here?
Thank you,
This is the
Donna.
backyard, and I'm facing north. And you can see some evidence flags on the ground.
And do you know what those evidence flags were depicting from the day before?
Yes, they were marking where the van had parked.
And that's where you saw the van parked the night before.
That's correct.
We're going to advance now to 17. And what are we looking at here?
Again, the backyard facing north with the evidence flags indicating where the van was parked.
So the back of the home would be to the right-hand side of this picture. Is that correct?
The back of the home would be to the right-hand side, yes.
I'm going to advance then to slide 18. What are we looking at here?
Again, evidence markers, backside of the home as well, depicting where the van was parked.
So, and this is where you saw
Look
the
at
van
my
parked the day
mouth,
before?
y'all.
Yes.
And can you tell specifically then what those are marking?
I believe that they are marking where the tire tracks were.
I'm going to advance now to slide 19. What are we looking at here?
Again, this is the backside of the residence. I'm facing east now.
That's
And are you
a
looking at the
hot
back
line.
of the home here?
That's correct.
And again, the same evidence flags?
Yes.
I'm going to advance now to slide 20. What are we looking at here?
Well, it was like a lean-to horse barn area. Again, that was in the backside of the residence.
When you're looking at the residence, was this lean-to on the left or the right?
Say that
If
again.
I'm looking at the front of the residence, was this lean-to on the left or the right?
The lean-to would have been on the right.
On the right-hand side?
I believe so. Hey, I don't understand your question.
So when you were walking around the home,
Okay.
if you're in the backyard,
Yes,
where would this be in relation to the tire tracks that you saw?
to the right.
To the right corner?
I believe so.
Would it help refresh your memory if I showed you a report on where that is located?
Sure.
That
Those are
was
not good photos, y'all. I
for
mean,
this
that's
particular lean-to,
devastating.
like in what corner of the property?
I believe it was on the
Gerald.
southwest corner of the property.
On the southwest corner. So did I confuse you with my back and front?
I think so.
So this would be on the southwest corner of the
Yes,
property?
yes, as I'm walking around, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to advance this now to 21. What are we looking at here?
It looks like a horse trough and pen for the horses and the lean-to.
So this is the same lean-to that's in the other photo?
Yes.
Just the other side of it?
Yes.
I'm going to advance then to 22. What are we looking at here?
This is back out in the front of the house, and there was a gas can to the south of the porch and east of the residence, and that's a picture of that.
And so I just want to be clear what we're all looking at. Are you looking at this item here in the front yard?
Yes.
And you had a chance to examine what that was?
Yes.
And you said it was a?
Gas can.
I'm going to advance then to 22.
Nope,
What is this?
This is a closer picture of the gas can, and there appears to be like a nozzle there.
I'm going to advance then. I'm sorry, that is the bulk of the pictures. After these 2 days that you were on scene, what was your involvement in this investigation then at that time?
Well, we continued with if any witnesses came forward. I got people that called into the sheriff's department. I would follow up on any leads. Continue to support Detective Maziowski, and if he needed anything, I would follow up on anything with him. And we continue to wait for laboratory reports to come back, and I wrote some search warrants also.
Did you participate with an interview with Ms. Kate Fox on May 17th of 2007?
Yes, myself and Lieutenant Stump, we both did.
And do you recall where that interview was taking place?
Yes, that was at her workplace.
And were you able to then speak to Ms. Fox that day?
Yes, we did.
And did you talk to Ms. Fox about any of the details of this case or anything, any knowledge you had of this case before you did your interview?
No.
Was your interview to gain information from her of what she knew?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
What do they teach? Look at all that technology. Look at all that technology on that ledge, all the plugs. We have a script there. Oh, yay, we get somebody else for a change.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rowell.
Woo!
Good afternoon.
I would like to quickly go to the photo that you identified of a gas can that you stated that was on the premise when you arrived.
On the second day when I arrived.
Yes, that's what
yes.
I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yes. And I believe that's number 22 of the photos that you have. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we could zoom in just a little bit on the gas can. Yes. Now, you took that photo?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, on January the 7th, when you arrived at the location, did you see that gas can in the front of the house then?
No, I did not.
Did not?
No.
Can you explain to me or to the jury what you did see on the front of the house when you first arrived on January the 7th?
I didn't. Well, when I first arrived on January the 7th, I got there and spoke to my lieutenant, and I didn't even go to the front of the house. I didn't even go near the house.
Okay.
I went and took pictures of Mr. Stermer, and I spoke with Mrs. Stermer. After that is when I went to the house, and I don't even believe I even walked around the full circle of the house.
So you say you did go to the house. Did you go to the front of the house, though?
No, I went to the north side and the back side.
So you never went to the front of the house on January the 7th?
I don't believe so. And it was dark. I didn't.
Okay. Okay. So what time did you arrive back at the house on January the 8th?
It would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
In the morning?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not your department had secured the property as a investigation?
Do you see how slow, how he's talking? Let me show you real time. You ready? That's why I sped it up.
Yes.
Had it been taped off?
It had been taped off, but and reserve officers posted.
I didn't understand your answer.
Reserve officers posted, standing guard, protecting the scene.
So you're saying that there were individuals that was posted over the night?
Yes.
They were there when you arrived back on January the 8th?
I don't know if I saw them when I was there, when I came back.
Or did you see anyone there when you arrived back on January the 8th?
When we got there, the fire department was there and the fire marshal was there.
On January the 8th?
That's correct.
Do you know if anyone else had reference to you this gas can that was in the front of the yard?
Nobody referenced it. This is the first time I saw it when I took this picture.
Okay. And that wasn't the only gas can that you saw on the premises, right?
Right.
Could you tell us where the other gas cans were that you saw on the premises?
The other gas cans, fuel cans, multiple different colored fuel cans were all in a shed type building behind the house, all put away.
Will you call them fuel cans or you call them gas cans?
Well, there were blue ones and there were red ones.
Okay.
I don't know, gas cans.
Gas cans.
Blue and
there were-
red.
So would it be fair to say that there were multiple gas cans that was on the premises, right?
Usually
Yes, the other ones were all in a
red is gas.
little structure shed building.
But you took pictures of them, right?
I did.
And the pictures that
Am I
you,
not right? Isn't diesel sometimes the blue and the red is the gas, or the mixed fuel would be blue and red the gas?
you took was part of your total investigation, is that correct?
I was taking pictures as I was walking around the house, yes.
Yes. And did you submit all of the gas cans for any type of forensic analysis?
No, I did not.
Why not?
This gas can was different than the other ones as it wasn't put away and it was laying out in the yard. And that was the one that Detective Leroy, the fire marshal, took with him.
So in other words, you was instructed by the state fire marshal about that can?
No, when I found that can, I didn't take it off the property. Scott Leroy or the fire marshal was there on the property and he said that he would take it at a later time and did.
At a later time.
Yeah, he didn't take it when I was there.
What was the condition of the can when you saw it?
Just exactly.
Did it have mud on it?
Just exactly. I didn't even pick it up. It was just exactly the way it was on the ground.
Did you not? You say you didn't pick it up?
No, it was seized as part of the search warrant and recorded on a tabulation, but Detective Leroy took the can from the scene. I didn't package it. I didn't take it.
But when you came back on the 8th,
This is when it is. Yes.
but you had a search warrant, right?
Yes.
And the search warrant was for you to seize certain items on the property, right?
Yes.
As part of a probable cause investigation, right?
Yes.
But instead of you seizing it, you let somebody else remove it.
I would say we both said it was going to be seized and I recorded it on my tabulation, but Detective Leroy said he would package it and take it with him to the laboratory.
So if your report stated that is part of the items that you received, that you seized, that would be incorrect.
Well, it was part of my search warrant. We seized it, but he transported it from that scene to the laboratory.
It never was recorded with the property of the chain of custody with the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office, right?
Yes, I believe it was.
It was recorded,
Yes.
but not taken.
Right, correct.
Is that a standard procedure that you had at that time with the Sheriff's Office in reference to the chain of custody of items when you have a search warrant that's detailed in reference to what search warrant is for?
Correct. Well, we both seized it, but he removed it from the scene and took it with him.
But Mr. Leroy didn't have a search warrant, did he?
No, I did.
Yeah. And you never saw the gas can again?
Not after he took it, no.
You don't know whether or not there was any gas in the can at all, do you?
No, I do not.
And you stated that you didn't seize
Oh,
any of
good.
the other gas
Oh,
cans? You
close.
just took pictures of them?
That's correct.
As close.
Now, when you arrived on the 7th, you actually received a call from Detective Stump, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you first arrived, did you get directions from Detective Stump as to what your duties or your assignment was to be?
Yes, I did.
And was your first duty or your first assignment to take pictures of Mr. Stermer, is that correct?
That's correct.
When you approached the location where Mr. Stermer was there anyone else there with Mr. Stermer's body?
I believe the medical examiner investigator was, and I'm sure there were, I just don't remember, possibly Deputy Evans.
The medical examiner investigator was there and Detective and Deputy Evans, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mr. Scott Leroy there?
I don't recall if he was, but he may have been. I just don't recall.
Do you recall anyone removing anything off of the body of Mr. Stermer?
When I was taking my pictures, items were being lifted away so I could take pictures. I don't recall anybody removing anything from him when I was there, no.
You know, what items, you said items was being removed.
So when I got there to take the pictures, he was covered with a tarp and then things were peeled back so I could take pictures.
So that gives me my next question. Did you take a picture of Mr. Stermer exactly as the body lay when you arrived?
I did.
With all the items that was on top of it?
I did.
You did?
I
You
did, yes.
And you submitted that picture to?
Yes, it was the first one with the tarp, the blue tarp.
The blue tarp?
That's how I remember, correct?
And under the blue tarp, was there some other clothing on top of him?
Yes,
And that picture was provided to the district attorney's office as part of your investigation?
all my pictures were turned in
Okay.
to the prosecutor.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Duh.
And so upon, after you completed your pictures, what did you do then?
Well, I went and put my camera away, and then I was told that Ms. Stermer was in a red pickup truck, and it turns out that she was in an ambulance, and that's when I spoke with her.
Okay. And do you recall who else was in the ambulance with Ms. Stermer?
Yes, a woman named Gail Crandall was in the ambulance with her.
Did you take any pictures of Ms. Stermer?
No, I did not.
You did not?
No.
Okay. Well, what did you do when you approached the ambulance and Ms. Stermer was in there with Ms. Crandall?
Ambulance.
I stepped in and introduced myself and started asking the questions that we just talked about.
What question did you ask?
I started off by asking her for telephone numbers. I asked her about her children, how many, and she told me that. And then I just went into asking her to tell me if she could, from the time she got up in the morning to the time that we were there, of what happened.
So was your interview considered to be an investigation for the cause of the fire?
No, this was just a preliminary information from Ms. Stermer of what may have happened. This wasn't an interrogation. It was just some preliminary information from her as to what happened.
Okay. But at some point, you had Ms. Stermer to provide you her clothes. Isn't that correct?
No, that's not correct.
You didn't?
No, I did not.
What? Wait a minute.
Were you at the ambulance when she removed her clothes?
No, she never removed her
Changed clothes?
Never, no.
What are y'all getting at?
So what else did you do when you asked her about what had happened that day? What her activities had been that day?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you asked her about what she had done that morning, right?
I asked her to tell me the events of the day, starting when she got up till the present time. She started offering me that she got up before Todd. She estimated that to be about 7 a.m. And she continued telling me information.
Well, were you in the ambulance when Ms. Stermer changed clothes?
No, No.
You didn't have a conversation with Ms. Crandall?
no. I had it, when I interviewed Ms. Crandall, I asked Ms. Crandall what happened to her clothes.
You asked Ms. Crandall what happened to her clothes?
Yes, I believe I asked her in the interview if she remembered what happened to Ms. Stermer's clothes.
Why would you ask that question?
Because I didn't have them, I never took them, and I was wondering if she knew who took them.
But why did you engage in a conversation about who took Ms. Stermer's clothes?
Because it appeared that nobody actually knew who had her clothes before Sergeant Franks got them.
So now you know that somebody had her clothes.
Somebody had her clothes at
You
one
said
point.
Sergeant Franks.
Sergeant Franks is who I was told had her clothes, but somebody gave them to him, and I don't know who that is.
Who told you that?
That was part of the investigation way back when.
Well, you prepared an incident report right after your appearance on the Stermer property on January the 7th. Do you recall preparing an incident report?
Yes.
May I approach you on?
June, there is no way I'm going to read 149 pages of this.
I'd like to show you, see if you can refresh your memory in reference to that report that's dated January the 7th, 2007. Is that,
Yeah, what part?
well, do you recognize the
I'll go
report?
through it.
Yes.
We'll highlight it tomorrow. But thank you so very much. You're amazing.
Yes.
So, in your report, there's no reference to you talking to Ms. Stermer in the ambulance, right?
There are two reports there. This is the first one.
One is dated January the 7th, the other one is dated January the 8th, right?
No, the other one is dated January 7th as well.
Okay,
This is just the initial when I briefed and took the photographs.
but it's an incident report, right?
That's correct.
And the incident report references to individuals that you either took instructions from other officers
Mhm.
or individuals that you had communications with, right?
That's correct.
And as part of your investigation, you were considered to be, at that time, you were a detective, right?
That's correct.
And you and Detective Maciowski became the lead investigators for the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office in reference to this case. Is that correct?
Actually, Detective Maziowski was in charge of the case.
And what was your position in the case?
I was a detective and I assisted him when necessary.
But on that date, you was considered a detective, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so my point was is that you never referenced to the conversations that you had with Ms. Stermer in that report, right?
Not in this first report.
Did you have another report that you prepared for January the 7th?
Yes,
Have you reviewed that report?
Yes.
Prior to your testimony here today?
yes.
When?
It was given to me in a packet from the prosecutor.
Today?
No,
Would that report have the conversations that you had with Ms. Stermer?
yes.
And that report, would it have who seized her clothes and what happened to her clothes?
Not in that report. It would have been probably when I went to, on the 8th is when I would have had reference that the individuals that took the clothing.
Now, Ms. Rout, after you finished your investigation at the Stermer property on January the 7th, what did you begin to start doing in reference to your activities concerning this case?
Like I said, individuals were calling into the sheriff's department with information. When they did, I would contact them and interview them as part of any relevancy to the case.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that this case turned into an information gathering by calls being made to your office?
I wouldn't say that would be fair to say that. We had lab reports that we were waiting on.
Thank you.
We developed individuals to talk to. Some people did call in with information, that's correct.
Would it, friends that knew the Stermers, did they contact you?
Well, I believe, yeah, we did get some that were friends of the Stermers that contacted us.
And did you investigate information that they provided to you?
Yes,
And so did you make reports on individuals that you received information from that you tried to verify or corroborate?
yes.
Did some of that information seem kind of wild to you? Well,
Hear you.
I'll rephrase it, Judge.
Okay.
Sure. In reference to some of the information that you received, did some of it seem kind of far-fetched as it relates to?
Your Honor, this is speculation.
I'm just asking her.
I'll allow it, overruled. Well, when anybody gives us information, whether it seems far-fetched or not, we try to find the relevancy or accuracy in that.
Okay. And in trying to find out the accuracy of that information, you would go out and try to corroborate it with other individuals, right?
That's correct.
But you also would keep it as part of your report, right?
That's correct.
So do you recall interviewing a Jeremiah Moyer?
Yes,
Do you know where you interviewed him at?
I couldn't say for certainty 18 years ago, but
FYI, I'm watching the trial. Don't get me wrong. I'm reading everything they're saying, but I just got an alert from my weather service that I am part of. There were 728 tornado warnings stemming from Texas all the way up to Milwaukee, Pennsylvania, through Tennessee. That's a lot. So you guys, if you're in Tornado Alley, please keep an eye out on the weather and be very diligent.
yes,
You can?
yes.
And did you try to corroborate the information that was provided to you in that report?
Yes, he's the one who actually called the sheriff's department, and then I went to his residence and talked to him.
What did you find out?
Objection, Your Honor, this is all going to be hearsay.
Your Honor, it's a report.
Is that your response, that it's the police report?
Yes, is this your report?
Yes.
Then I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay if that's your response.
Did you also interview a Serena Moyer?
Yes.
Okay. Did either one of these individuals provide you with information that was corroborated in reference to Miss Linda Stermer causing a fire?
No.
Okay. Do you recall interviewing a Kelly Stermer?
By telephone.
And nothing in the interview that you had with Miss Kelly Stermer corroborated any information about Miss Linda Stermer causing the fire, right?
Correct.
Do you recall interviewing an individual by the name of Dean Joseph White?
He again called the sheriff's department. Correct.
And you had a rather lengthy conversation with that individual, right?
He called and actually it was transcribed. Yes.
His interview was transcribed on the phone?
It was recorded on the phone and then that was transcribed.
And nothing in reference to that interview had anything to do with Miss Stermer causing the fire, right?
Nothing.
Stop at this point. These are not witnesses in this trial. I don't know if we're going to go through the entire 2 years of everybody that was interviewed. I don't see how they're relevant.
Your Honor, this is part of the investigation in reference to this case. And we had requested the discovery of all police reports that was provided.
Your Honor, I'm going to stay outside the scope of the record.
Your Honor, this
How many of these?
Oh, I also think that we need to have this conversation outside the presence of the jury for anything to do with.
Okay. How many of these names, how many are there that I've, okay, I'll allow if it's only 2 more.
I was waiting on the answer to
And what was the question again?
Dean Joseph White.
Yes.
The information you obtained from that individual was not corroborated to establish any evidence that Ms. Stermer caused the fire, right?
No, he just told me of threats.
And you stated that you received a call from a Kate Fox. Is that correct?
No, I did not receive a call from Kate Fox.
Did you interview a Kate Fox?
I did as a result of another interview.
As a result of what?
Another interview.
What interview was that?
I received a call from a Kathy Ilge.
Kathy Ilge?
That's correct.
She told you to call Kate Fox?
Your Honor, it's hearsay.
How did you wind up contacting Kate Fox?
From the information that Kathy Ilge told me.
And did you do a formal interview with Kate Fox
At her workplace with Lieutenant Stump.
at her workplace?
That's correct.
And were you able to corroborate any information that Kate Fox provided to you?
Yes, I did corroborate some of the stuff she told me, yes.
What were you able to corroborate?
Information about a post office box, information about an individual.
And what else?
Your Honor, again, we're going into hearsay. He wants to ask generic or the things she followed up on. I think that would be appropriate, but to actually ask about the specifics, we're getting into hearsay.
I think he's asking about what she did to follow up on what information she
That's not
received. Is that what you're-
Right.
Okay, maybe just ask it like that.
That's
So did you
accurate.
receive information and followed up on that information you received from Kate Fox?
Yes.
And did you participate in any interviews of other individuals that were housed in the Van Buren County Jail?
I believe I did. Which ones, I don't remember. Sergeant Maziowski or Detective Maziowski, they were his interviews. I recall sitting in on some of them. I don't think I sat in on all of them.
Can I have just a second, Judge?
Okay, we're passing. They have been very, very polite with each other this far.
Kate Fox, you said you interviewed her at her work?
Yes, with Lieutenant Stone.
Okay. Did you obtain any type of documents that was provided to you from Kate Fox in reference to Ms. Stermer?
Did I obtain any documents?
Yes.
Probably after a month after speaking to Kate Fox, I did some search warrants, yes.
Okay. And what was those search warrants for?
Those are search warrants of phone records.
Okay. Was there any other search warrants that you issued, that you saw?
Probably periodically through the next several months and probably even the next year.
Okay. For the next year?
I believe there were some subpoenas that the prosecutor's office asked us to
Sir?
serve for phone records, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Oh, come on, dude.
I'll scream when you were interviewing her in reference to Mr. Stermer.
When she was in the laundry room, she heard Mr. Stermer yell there was a fire. That's what she told me.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Just quickly, Your Honor. Is it common for law enforcement agencies to work together on an investigation?
Absolutely.
And is it common to then work with the fire investigator and the state police then on investigations?
Absolutely.
And you share information?
Yes, we do.
And I just want to clarify, Ms. Stermer did not remove any of her clothing in your presence.
No, she did not.
You were not part of that.
No, I was not.
And did you provide multiple reports as part of the overall report during this investigation?
Yes, I did.
What are they called? Supplemental reports?
That's correct.
And you would have had several supplemental reports
Absolutely.
documenting everything that you just went over on the stand.
Absolutely.
And out of the
What?
people that defense counsel
No.
asked you about, there were several names. Were any of those individuals, were you able to determine if any of those individuals were present at the scene?
None of them are present at the scene.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit number 32. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
And why do you recognize that photo?
This is the way the body was when I arrived on scene.
Changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, people would move to admit people's exhibit number 32 into evidence at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Or Mr. Published. I'm sorry.
We'll receive it, you may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, you're right.
Don't show it. I got my finger on it. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Your Honor, just so that we don't bring up anything that has not been, and then I'm just going to pass this around to you. Thank you. And can you just describe
Yeah,
what
that's
something
better.
that picture
That's
of the picture of?
That was the position of the body when I arrived on scene and asked to take pictures that I was talking about, the blue covering carpet.
So that was exactly then the picture you were describing in your testimony with defense counsel.
That's correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, questions? Any questions with this witness? I've got a couple.
We getting there, y'all.
Back on.
I did not see it.
The fire, were you in a position to observe if the gas can was in the location that you saw it on the night?
Yes.
I think, was that the 8th of the night?
It would have been the 8th.
Yeah, the day after, were you in a position, on the day of the fire, were you in a position to observe if it was in that location you saw it when you went back on?
I did not see the gas can on the night that, January 7th, that I was there. I saw it the next morning when I was there on the 8th.
And when you asked Linda Stermer about phone numbers, did she give you a landline phone number?
She gave me a landline, house phone number, and a cell phone number.
Okay. Counsel, any
Wait,
questions in light of those
landline
questions and
still?
answers? No? Jury, any other questions in light of those? May she be excused from her subpoena, counsel?
I would ask you to please be excused, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, you're all done, and you're excused from your subpoena. Ms. Iterveen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Please call Connie Calhoun to the stand, please.
Yo. Okay, guys. You guys, I want everyone to stand up and let's stretch. Get that energy moving, get that blood moving. Oh. This is the girl from the other day. She does not look happy. Oh, is this the girl?
Before you have a seat, I'll have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the
I
whole truth,
know,
and nothing but the
right?
truth? Okay, thank you. I'll have you have a seat.
We haven't been at the home.
Ma'am, if you could maybe hand me those two documents over for another witness, I think. You want those back? Okay, are those exhibits?
That's the woman that was crying.
Ms. Calhoun, if you could tell us your full name and spell your last, please.
Sure, it's Connie Lynn Calhoun, Calhoun.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Calhoun, do you recall where you were living in January 7th of 2007?
Yes,
And where were you living?
County Road 215.
And who did you live with at that time?
Michael Matheny.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was it?
Michael Matheny.
And did you live together in the home?
Yes.
And do you recall what you were doing that day
Which day?
on January 7th of 2007?
Yes. Mike and I were going bowling. We were bowling.
Did you usually go bowling on Sundays?
Yeah, every Sunday. Do
Do you recall what time you guys used to go bowling?
No,
Is that a regular occurrence on a Sunday afternoon for you?
it was in the afternoon.
Oh my God.
Pardon me?
It was in the afternoon.
And where was your residence in relation to Todd and Linda Stermer's residence?
We were after their residence, so I guess that would be south.
Did your property lines touch?
Yes.
So you were neighbors.
We were.
So tell me what happened when you left to go bowling that day.
Mike and I were pulling out of our driveway, and we could see smoke, like smoke coming from the Stermer's house.
So you saw that from your driveway?
Yes.
And once you saw that smoke, what did you do?
We immediately went over there to pull. We left our driveway, went onto the County Road 215, and then went into their driveway.
So you pulled into the Stermer driveway?
Yes.
And what did you see when you pulled into the Stermer driveway?
Linda Stermer's van, the house, looked like it was on fire.
And do you recall where the van was positioned when you saw it?
I don't.
Do you recall how close it was to the house?
Not really.
Was it in the driveway?
I mean, I don't know. I guess it's hard to explain because of how our driveways were. We pretty much like made our paths ourselves. So, I mean, it was in the path that you would take, but it's not like a paved driveway. It's like a dirt driveway.
So it was on the dirt driveway?
I believe so.
And was that the dirt driveway leading out to County Road 215?
Yes.
And so you're pulling down the driveway. What was her van doing?
I don't really recall.
But you remember seeing it in front of the house?
I do.
And as you went down the driveway, what did you see the van do?
Linda's van, it's been so long, it's hard to really remember details. I just remember the van going around the back of the house. At what point, I can't really remember.
And do you recall testifying under oath on this in a previous hearing?
It's been a long time. So there's a lot of things that's happened since then. So it's hard to say.
Do you remember testifying?
I do remember testifying.
And if I showed you your prior testimony, would it help refresh your memory?
Sure, yes.
Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. See, I'm not trying to be mean or catty, but darling, that one day in
So I'm
jail
gonna
did
show
not
you-
do her well.
Your prior testimony. I'm going to have you take a look at this, the bottom of this page, which would be page 72, as well as on the top page of 73. Could you read through that, and when you're done, you can just then look up when you're done reading through that? And tell me then, after refreshing your memory, when you were driving down the driveway, what the van was doing.
Facing our vehicle as we were coming towards each other.
So you were coming towards each other on the driveway?
Yes.
And were you able to see who was driving?
Yes.
And who was that?
Linda.
And once your vehicle started going towards each other and you're looking at her, did the van make any turns or changes in direction?
I mean, at what point, I don't know, but I know it had moved. The vehicle moved.
It moved? Where did it move to?
I can just tell you where it kind of ended up. I don't really recall like where exactly it had moved.
Did you see it leave the driveway?
Yeah, it left the driveway,
Oh,
so it went
poor
towards
baby.
around the house.
Towards around the house, you said?
Yeah, so I don't know which direction, so it would be going down. I guess it would be south, I think.
If you're looking at it, do you recall if it was left or right?
Okay, so it would be on my left.
To your left?
How she went down, yeah, I don't really, it's hard to say.
You remember her going around to the house, the back of the house?
I do.
So let me ask you this. Once you saw her going around to the back of the house, what did you do?
I don't know.
Did you get out?
At some point we did. Everything is a big blur.
Where did you guys stop your vehicle?
Up top, on the top of the house, at the top part of the, it would be in front, or I guess it would be considered the front, like as you're approaching the house.
At the front of the house?
Yeah.
And at that time, was the van in the back of the house?
Yeah.
And then what did you do then at that point?
I don't really recall.
Did you get out?
I did at some point I did get out, yes.
What did you do when you got out of the van? I'm sorry, out of your vehicle. I misspoke. Please strike that.
When I got out of our truck, I don't know.
Did you call 911?
I did call 911, yeah.
Did you tell them what was going on?
I did.
Were you upset?
Yeah.
Did you at that point see Todd?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. And where was Todd?
He was on the ground by the house.
He was on the ground? And you said by the house?
Yeah.
And you saw him once you got out?
Yeah, I was out of the vehicle.
And did you get close to Todd?
I did.
Did you see Linda at that time?
I did see Linda.
And what did you see Linda doing?
When we came across Todd.
When you got out of the van, tell me what you saw Linda do.
I don't recall.
Did you see her get out of her van?
I don't recall.
Did you go to the backyard?
I don't recall.
So once you saw Todd, did you stop there?
Yeah, I didn't go any further.
And did you see then what happened as you were standing by Todd?
I mean, not really. I don't recall most of it.
Okay. Did you remember what Linda was doing with Todd?
No.
What do you remember?
I don't remember a lot. I kind of blocked it out.
What?
If I let you read your prior testimony, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
What is your problem? Okay, somebody help me. I don't understand the full connection with this woman to the victim. I guess I better Google it. Why is she crying?
I'm just gonna have you take a look at that while you take a drink of water, okay? Just look at that please when you're ready. And then you can just look up and tell me if that help refreshes your memory.
Okay. So Connie Calhoun, the girlfriend of Linda Stermer's neighbor, Michael Metney, called 911 the night of the fire. Okay. Got it. We're good. Yep. Now I understand it.
She was like,
You say she covered Todd with her body. Was she laying on him?
yeah, she was
Yeah, she
like
is.
laying covered on the top of him. Like,
Was Todd alive at that point?
I don't think so. I mean, it was hard to tell.
Did you see him breathing?
I don't recall. I want to say, I think he was, but it was hard to tell because he was so badly burned.
Did you see them move Todd's body?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And do you know where they moved him to?
Away from the house. I remember they were concerned about some tanks, maybe possibly inside the house, or some explosion they were worried about possibly. So they moved him.
Did you see what they moved him in?
I think it was like a sled or some kind of some kind of whatever was on the property that they could find. Maybe some wooden pallets or something like that.
So, I'm sorry,
Like wood pallets or a sled or something.
like a sled thing?
Yeah. It was,
And did you talk to Linda about what had happened?
I may have asked what had happened, but I don't recall what she said. I may have asked.
If I show you your past trial your transcript, would it help refresh your memory?
It would.
I'm going to start here and then go to the next page. Just read through that. After you've had a chance to read that, you can just look up.
Yes, laundry.
And can you tell me then what Linda told you had happened?
She was doing laundry in the basement.
And did she tell you if she heard anything?
She did. She said she heard Todd scream.
Did you ask her if she had run over Todd?
I don't recall.
You looked at your trial transcript. Would it help refresh your memory?
It would.
I'm going to have you actually just continue reading there
Okay.
on the page that I gave you.
I believe so. What was the question?
Did she tell you, did you have a conversation about her running Todd over with the van?
Yeah, I didn't see that in here. Okay.
Ooh, said the booty cat. That's an interesting tidbit of information.
Do you remember writing out a statement when you talked to law enforcement?
I don't remember.
If I showed you a copy of a statement, could you recognize your handwriting and determine if this is yours?
She's not going to
Yes.
remember much unless they put it in front of her face. I wonder
Yeah,
what
just take a look
attorney
at that.
told her to fail.
Do you recognize that? Okay, maybe pull the microphone a little closer. Yep.
Yeah, I recognize my
Did you write
handwriting.
that?
Yes, I recognize it.
So I'm going to direct your attention then to your handwritten statement. Can you just read that when you have an opportunity to look up?
Okay.
And continue to have, just
That she thought that she had.
if she had run over Todd Stermer, to help refresh your memory?
Yes.
And so did you have a conversation with her about if she had run over Todd Stermer with the van?
Yes.
And what'd she say?
That she thought that she had.
And later on, did you continue to have discussions with Ms. Stermer about what had happened after that day?
We had.
And did she mention anything about fighting with Mr. Stermer or anything the day that you talked to her at the fire?
I don't recall.
So when you looked at your statement from your testimony, did you say that she had said that?
No.
I'm just going to have you look at the other pages that you wrote out. I'm going to have you read this paragraph right there, and then when you get a chance to read that, if you could just look up. Did that help refresh your memory?
It does refresh some of it, but I don't remember the specifics.
So when I ask you, do you remember any conversations about any potential arguments or anything between Mr. and Mrs. Stermer? Do you recall that conversation with Linda?
I don't recall it.
Had Ms. Stermer ever talked to you prior about any sort of arguments or problems in her marriage?
I don't recall her talking prior about arguments or problems. I remember one time talking about how one of the horses kicked her and he told her to kind of suck it out. But that's, I think, one of the only.
And that was prior to the fire?
I don't know if it was prior or after.
You don't know if Linda told you about it
Right.
prior or after? Okay.
Right.
And that particular paragraph, you don't recall then her discussing this with you afterwards?
I don't recall a specific day her talking to me about that, no.
Do you recall that conversation at all, even if you don't remember what day?
It's very scattered. It's very hard to, It's been so long.
It was a very traumatic incident for you, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Still is.
Still affects you today, talking about it?
Yes.
You still remember it?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Calhoun. And I know you're having a difficult time, so I'm going to try to be as brief as I can. Do you recall having an interview with a detective?
Yeah, I mean, I know I had an interview with the detective.
Which
I don't know exactly when. Like if you asked me if it was what month, I couldn't tell you.
Do you recall the day? I know you recall the day of the fire, the day that you arrived at the Stermer's property and saw Mr. Stermer land on the ground. Do you recall that day if you gave a statement to one of the officers on the scene?
I don't recall.
Recall getting out of your car, you and Mr. Matheny.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And when you was getting out of your car, you also saw Ms. Stermer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me, if you recall, what her emotional status, in your opinion, was when you saw her?
She was hysterical.
Hysterical.
Yes.
Do you recall if she was crying?
She was more than crying. Yes.
Was she screaming?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear her voice screaming before you and Mr. Matheny reached the house?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. When you got out of your car and you approached Mr. Stermer's body, Mr. Matheny called 911. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And did you also have the phone in your hand for a period of time?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And you were screaming for help?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, if you can recall, did you smell any unusual odor on Mr. Stermer?
No.
Do you know what the smell of gasoline smells like?
Yes.
Did you smell any gasoline on Mr. Stermer?
No, I didn't.
Did you smell any gasoline on Miss Stermer?
No.
Said I'll be brief, Your Honor. Can I have just 1 second?
I just have one, Your Honor.
I'm kind of in that same
So when you
boat.
see Todd, and you see his condition,
I
are you
don't
upset
agree
at that
with you.
point? Did you kneel down beside Mr. Stermer?
Yes.
I don't think I have a good feeling that she does have post-traumatic stress. I have people who weren't used to that world and they see something like that. It is horrendous.
And how close did you get to
She
him?
needs to get help. And the courts can give it to her.
I don't know the distance, but I was not far. I mean, from me to the podium, maybe.
From me to what?
Maybe from me to here, from where I'm sitting to maybe here. I was close.
Were you by his face?
Yeah, I checked his. I believe I checked his airway. So yeah.
So you were by his face?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Jury, do you have any questions of her, anyone? I've got a hand going
I
up.
want to. I guess they do.
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you call 911 or did Mike Matheny call 911?
I don't recall.
Okay. Counsel, any questions in light of that question and answer? No? Okay. Any other jury questions? No? May she be excused from her subpoena, both sides?
Please be excused, Your Honor.
Okay. And you as well, defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excusing her? Okay. You're all done. You're excused from your subpoena obligations, okay? Thank you, ma'am.
Now the guy may show up because she got
We'll take a 15-minute break, jury, and remember your rules.
now that she's done with her subpoena, will the guy show up?
Oh, no, so we would, if you want to give me that, we'll have you tell us your full name, cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and once you're settled in, we'll have you tell us your full name and spell your last, please. If you want to give me that empty cup, or it may have water in it, but thank you.
My name is Scott Leroy. Leroy is Leroy.
Thank you. Mr. Blair?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, how are you employed?
I am currently retired from the Michigan State Police and work two part-time jobs as a private fire investigator and as a medical examiner investigator.
And when you were employed with the Michigan State Police, what was your role there?
My last role was from 2001 to 2020. I was a fire investigator stationed here in Paw Paw.
And how long were you with the Michigan State Police for?
31 years.
When did you start there?
I started in 1989.
And as a role for instance, starting at the Michigan State Police, did you just start out as a fire investigator?
No, my first 10 years, I was a road trooper at the Ithaca Post. In 2000, I got promoted to uniform sergeant, and I was a supervisory uniform sergeant at the Lakeview Post. Then I transferred down here to Paw Paw in 2001 in the role of fire investigator.
Fair to say that as your time prior to becoming a fire investigator, you were trained in basic investigating skills, evidence collection, that sort of thing?
I agree.
Yes,
And then you indicated, what year did you become a fire investigator for the Michigan State Police?
2001.
And prior to becoming a fire investigator in 2001, was there a certain level of coursework that you had to attend or go through?
I had attended, before I got into the Michigan State Police, I attended Lake Superior State University.
I'm double checking the name. Okay, I got it.
And prior to becoming a fire investigator in 2001, was there a certain level of coursework that you had to attend or go through?
I had attended, before I got into the Michigan State Police, I attended Lake Superior State University, obtained a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and an associate's degree in fire science. While I was a trooper, I took some courses in the initial fire investigation course and a follow-up, more advanced fire investigation course.
And I assume that before the Michigan State Police allows you to go out and start investigating fires on your own, is there some parameters or qualifications that you have to meet?
At that time, no, I just had to go through, apply, go through an interview process. Well, that time, I'm sorry. At that, I was able to transfer in here on the transfer roster.
And as part of your fire investigation training for the Michigan State Police, what coursework did you have to go through? Can you restate that for me, please?
Well, I've gone through, since I've been with the state police, I've gone through a lot of coursework. Started out with what's called Fire Investigation 1, then Fire Investigation 2. I have my CV here to review all the classes if I could, to refresh my memory or no?
Well, let me ask you this way.
Okay.
Have you provided a copy of your curriculum vitae or CV to the prosecutor's office?
I have.
And yeah, first witness. Let's show you the Marks People's Proposed Exhibit 33 and ask if you recognize that, sir.
This is a copy of my curriculum vitae or CV.
And that's a fair and accurate representation which you provided to the prosecutor's office as your curriculum vitae?
Yes.
Move for the admission of 33. All right, so let's, I guess, kind of go through. So basically, to become a fire investigator in the state police, you go through, you said Fire 1 and Fire 2, is that correct?
Correct.
And is there some on-the-job training you have to go through as well?
Eventually, yes.
What is that?
Once I became a fire investigator down here, I would go to scenes with a more senior fire investigator. I did that for about 1 or 2 months.
And then is there continuing coursework you're required to do when you're at the Michigan State Police?
Not then. There is now.
And have you, even though may not require, did you go through additional coursework?
Yes.
What type of coursework did you do?
There was many different courseworks. I took a class in vehicle fire school, electric and gas appliance fire school, solid fuel burning, which is a fancy way to say fireplaces school, and post-blast school with ATF, taken fire pattern recognition class, residential electricity for fire investigators. That was a class I took, what's called an ATF enclosure, which was another 2-week course at the ATF Fire Research Facility out in Maryland. Spent 2 weeks there. Class in ventilation and slope path and growth. Ventilation is the fire, the air affecting the fire. And recently a fatal fire investigation class. All those official, I kind of skipped over some of the ones like hazardous materials and things like that.
And like what agencies offer these types of classes?
Different agencies. The Michigan State Police offered some of them. ATF offered some. The International Association of Arson Investigators, which goes by an acronym IAAI.
And let's talk about IAAI. Do you have any specific certifications as a fire investigator?
I do.
And what are those and who are those through?
I hold 2 national certifications. The first one is a certified fire investigator through the International Association of Arson Investigators. I obtained that in 2006. I also am a member, obtained a certification called Certified Fire and Explosive Investigator. That's with the National Association of Fire Investigators. I obtained that certification in 2019.
Yeah, I just need to strike the last part with respect to anything past 2007. This case is about his expertise level in 2007.
I would disagree. I think he's allowed to give his training experience today, and if that would affect or change his opinion, obviously, then Mr. Miller's feel free to ask him about that. But I think his experience today is just as relevant as it was in 2007.
I agree. I'll overrule the objection.
Yeah,
Now, with respect to, so it sounds to me like you've done a continuing level of coursework throughout your years as a fire investigator, fair?
Yes.
And have you been qualified as an expert in courts before?
Yes.
In what field?
In fire investigation, I've also been an expert in meth lab identification.
And as part of being a fire investigator, is that we've heard maybe terms of called cause and origin. Is that something that you have opined about in courts before?
Yes.
And do you recall how many courts you've been qualified as an expert in?
I've been qualified 47 times in origin and cause investigation, including, I believe, 7 times in this court.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd move to admit Scott Leroy as an expert in fire investigation, cause and origin.
No objection, Your Honor.
Receive his testimony as an expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I'd like to take you back to January 7th of 2007. Do you recall that date?
Yes,
And on that date, were you still working for the Michigan State Police?
I was.
And what role were you working in at that time?
I was a detective sergeant with Michigan State Police Fire Investigation Unit out of 5th District Headquarters here in Paw Paw.
And we've heard terms thrown about the word fire marshal. Is that you?
That would be yes, that's me.
Okay, all right. Just so there's no confusion, when we hear the term fire marshal, are you commonly referred to as a fire marshal?
That's there's a small difference, but more people usually just interchangeably use those two phrases.
And on 1/7 of 2007, did you respond to a residence on County Road 215 in Lawrence Township?
Yes.
Do you know that to be the Stermer residence?
Yes.
And how was it you were dispatched on that date?
I was contacted by cell phone at home off duty at approximately 4:30 in the afternoon and informed of the fire.
And did you then respond?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you responded?
I arrived on scene approximately 6 p.m.
And upon arriving on scene, can you describe what you observed? Well, I guess you rephrase that. Upon your initial arrival, what did you observe?
There was obviously a lot of activity going on. Fire department was there. Sheriff's department vehicles were there. I approached there was a lot of commotion going on. It was rain/snow going on. I would have contacted whoever was in charge, either the fire chief or the lead law enforcement on scene.
And is this kind of just the process of you beginning your investigation into this fire?
Yes, I would do that just so they know I was there.
And what about the condition of the house at the time you arrived on scene? Can you describe that for the jury, please?
The house was still actively smoking. There were no flames to be seen, but there was a lot of smoke still coming out of the house. There was a fire apparatus parked right in front of the house. I believe it was a ladder truck with hoses still on the ground and active fire suppression going on.
Now, this might kind of go without saying, but I have to ask this anyway. Does the fact that the fire is still going on, does that prevent you from going in and conducting any investigation at this time?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you have the opportunity to view the body of Todd Stermer?
I did.
How was it you came to do that? Can you describe that for the jury, please?
One of the officers on scene directed me to where Todd Stermer was laying. And I went over there and I would document Todd Stermer's body, which is common practice for a fire investigator at a fatal fire scene.
How was it you document that?
I use photographs.
So the evening of the 7th, you took photographs?
Correct.
Do you recall exactly what you would have taken photographs of on the evening of the 7th?
On the evening of the 7th, I took photographs of Todd Stermer. I also took some initial photographs of the structure and some of the surroundings.
May I approach the witness? Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 34-1 through 34-31. Ask if you take a look at those, please.
I'm taking notes, y'all. Don't worry. I'm still here. I'm trying to move this along.
I took both the evening of the 7th and the next day on the 8th.
Those are fair and accurate representations of the observations you would have made then on the 7th and the 8th of January 2007?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I move for the admission of 34-1-3431.
Receive the exhibits.
May I approach the jury? Thank you. Sir, I'm going to show you, if we can, 34-1. What are we looking at here in this photograph?
This is the front or east side of the structure on the evening of the 7th. And you'll tell evening of the 7th is dark and snowy. The photographs of the 8th are during the daytime.
And do you recall about what time it was you were taking these photographs?
It would have been after I got on the scene after 6 p.m. I don't know exactly when.
And contained in this photograph, right here about center where I'm circling with the red laser pointer, what are we observing there?
There's fire hoses coming from the fire engine, and there's also a red gasoline can.
And does that become relevant here a little later on in your testimony?
It will.
And looking at 34-2.
This is the rear or west side of the residence. And just to the very far left, you can see the front bumper
Karate
of
Cat
the van.
Mom, that is so cool.
34-3.
That is the van from the previous photograph, or the bumper of the previous photograph.
Now, you're obviously on scene as a fire investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain why you're taking pictures of a van?
As I'm a fire investigator, but I'm also a detective with the Michigan State Police. So if I see something that may be evidence, I'm going to take note of it, especially in the evening when it's dark. I take a photograph of it because you never can take too many photographs of something. So I noticed this van behind, and I think the next picture will show also what I noticed. So I took some pictures.
Now, I'm going to ask this if I can right now. You've been shown approximately 31 photographs here today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that the full totality of all the photographs you took?
No.
How many photographs did you end up taking in this case?
It was over 100.
And looking at 34-4.
That is a close-up of the van bumper where I noticed what could be blood.
And 35-5.
35-5, that is going to be the north side of the house.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Thank you for that. And looking at 34-6.
This is on the north side of the house. Also what appeared to be blood on the ground. And then if you go back to 5, you can see with my photograph, just to the lower right, you can see the 2 orange flags that are in the ground.
Where I'm circling again with the pointer?
Yes. And those are, and 6 is a close-up of those flags.
And Your Honor, I guess I'm going to kind of warn the court the next couple of pictures are going to be a little bit graphic of Mr. Stermer. So I don't know how the court wants to proceed with that or give the family an opportunity.
That would be very
Take a look
good.
at it.
Yes, Mr. Leroy has them right there. Be 7 and 8.
Jury, there's some graphic photos coming up next, so just alerting you to that, okay? And if there's any members in the audience who want to leave the courtroom while they're on display, I can take a break and let you leave. No one? Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 34-7. What are we looking at here, sir?
That is a photograph of Todd Stermer as I was examining him.
And we are looking at, there are several items in this photograph. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
What are we looking at these items, if you're aware, here on the chest of Mr. Stermer?
Specifically the chest, well, I can see the 2 larger pads are AED pads, which are used by EMS. And I believe the smaller ones are heart sensors over on the chest and abdomen area.
And there are a multitude of what look like clothing items here. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And do you know how those got there?
Apparently bystander or EMS and Good Samaritans who arrived on scene first placed blankets and clothing over Mr. Stermer. And I would have removed some of them in order so I could photograph Mr. Stermer.
And looking at 34-8, what are we looking at here?
That is Mr. Stermer's feet. And around his feet are a pair of gray sweatpants and a pair of white socks on his feet.
And with respect to those sweatpants, was there anything peculiar about them that you noticed?
When I took other items, the blankets and other items off of Mr. Stermer to photograph them, there was a detectable odor of liquid accelerant in the area from Mr. Stermer. And as I got closer, they seemed to be coming from the sweatpants.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked, if I may approach, Your Honor. People's Exhibit 17. See if you recognize those.
These are
Unzip it.
sweatpants
You
that are in a
smell it.
nylon bag with my initials on them.
Those are the ones you then removed from the body of Todd Stermer?
Yes.
And these are the same sweatpants you indicated smelled of the liquid accelerant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Under it. It's a clarifying question, Your Honor. Fair. Now, on the 7th of January 2007, did you collect any other evidence?
I did not.
Did you then return to the property?
I did.
On what date was that?
The next day on January 8th.
And on that date, what did you do?
On that date, it was concentration on starting my cause and origin investigation of the house.
And how is it you go about doing that, generally speaking?
In general terms, when you do cause and origin investigation, I'm going to examine the house, both exterior and interior, noting burning, things that aren't burned, things that are gone, that have burned up. It's a general examination. You typically do the entire, or you do the, if possible, the entire exterior, and if possible, the entire interior.
Now, when you returned on the 8th, was the scene still secured?
Yes.
How was it secured?
The sheriff's department had left a patrol car on the scene overnight.
Was there also like crime scene tape or anything like that you recall?
I don't recall if there's crime scene tape.
And was this in the daytime or nighttime hours that you did this? On the 8th?
It was the daytime.
Do you recall what time?
It would have been, the exact time, no, I know it would have been shortly after 9 a.m. because that's when I was notified of the search warrant.
And as part of your, I think you've talked about a walk around, do you take photographs?
Yes.
And did you do so in this case?
Yes.
And looking at the remaining photographs in People's Exhibit 34, do you recognize what those are depicting, just generally?
All these photos are 34, correct?
Yes, those are all 34, but I'm asking about the remaining.
Yes, yes, those are the next day on the 8th.
And what is the purpose part of the purpose in taking these photographs?
To document the scene.
And in this case, just generally speaking, do you recall what you took photos of?
I took photos of the house, both exterior and interior.
Now, were you able to make a deep entrance into the interior of the house?
I was able to make entrance into the house on the west side. I tried to make entry into the east side, but that was limited due to the structural collapse that was on the east side of the structure.
That's fair enough.
Is part of your process also to collect physical evidence?
Yes.
And where do you collect that from, if you can kind of just generally detail that? For instance, inside the residence, outside the residence?
If I see something that is potential evidence, I'm going to collect it, inside or outside.
Fair enough. Have you heard the term excavation before?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
In fire investigation community, excavation means removing fire debris from the scene in order to look for evidence or other patterns to help determine where and what could be responsible for the fire.
And did you conduct an excavation in this case?
I did.
And was that captured in your photographs?
Bits and pieces of it were captured. Unfortunately, the scene after I excavated it, I cannot find a photograph of it.
And also as part of an investigation into a fire, do you collect samples?
I can.
And describe for the jury what those might entail, if you can, please. What the samples might be, that you might look for or collect.
If I'm sampling items to look for ignitable liquids, I will typically look for the surface that is in the area of origin to see if there was ignitable liquid in the area of origin, which often includes carpeting, carpet pad, flooring, carpet tack strips, or other parts of a structure that remain behind in the area of origin that may hold traces of flammable liquid.
All right. And so let's go ahead, if we can, and go back to your photographs. If I look at 34-9, what are we looking at here?
That is the front or east side of the structure.
And in 34-10?
That is the south side of the structure.
Now, there is, for lack of better words, we'll call it a rectangle cut along the cement foundation here. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
That will be done during fire suppression. If you go back one, you can see the same thing happened on the east side. Below the windows, you can see there is holes cut in the wall. That is standard for a fire department to do that, especially if they can't make entry through normal access, the doorway, or in this case, they couldn't because of the structural collapse.
What is their purpose in cutting those holes in the house?
To get access to the interior to put the fire out.
Spray with water?
Yes.
And let's go to 34-11. What are we looking at here?
That is the north side of the house.
And there is a large green object depicted here in the photograph. What are we looking at there, if you have any knowledge of that?
That is a fuel oil tank that is filled to typically power a fuel oil furnace.
And 34-12.
This is the rear of the house, or the west side of the house, facing the back.
And 34-13.
This is an aerial photograph. During the scene, I had a fire department aerial truck come to the scene, so I could get above the house and take a photograph from the top down.
So we're kind of talking like a ladder truck type of thing?
Yes.
Okay. With the bucket on the end?
I don't think this one had a bucket, but it was a ladder truck.
Okay. But that allows you to get up high and look down in.
Correct. This is the day before drones.
And 34-14?
This is also from the aerial truck with a house and showing the more the yard towards the north.
And there are some persons kind of standing here in the photograph. Any idea who those are?
I believe one is the deputy from Berrien County Sheriff's Department who was doing the measuring, and probably more law enforcement officers.
And there were photographs earlier taken of some flags that you saw. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are those also depicted in this photograph?
Let's see if I can. I believe they're down there to the right. There's an orange dot.
I
don't
doubt
think that orange
it.
dot is it, but the flags are
Case
right in that
one, but
area.
it would be cool.
And if you have knowledge, there are some
I know,
tire
right?
tracks contained in this photograph. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you know what those go to?
Those were to the wrecker that came and took the van the night before.
Looking at 15.
This is another photograph showing to the north.
And as you previously testified, is that Mr. Galoo's from Berrien?
I believe so.
Okay.
I can't identify from this photograph.
And 16.
With the ladder truck hasn't moved, so all I've done is turn 180 degrees. That's the shoulder of the firefighter who's behind me, making sure I don't fall. Taking a picture back down the driveway, back towards the road.
And 17.
17 is a close-up of the rear or west of the house, specifically focusing on the basement door and windows.
18.
This would have been from that basement door, standing right at the door, taking a picture straight in to the structure. So I'd be facing east, taking a picture of the debris in this area.
Now, without getting into too much detail, there are a few objects contained in this photograph other than debris.
Well, it's all debris, but it's identifiable debris. How's that?
Fair. So for instance, my laser pointer, I'm pointing at an object in this part of the photo. Do you recognize that?
Is that the fireplace from the upstairs fireplace?
Where my laser pointer is?
Yes, that's the upstairs fireplace.
Fair. And what do we have right here at the bottom?
That is a section of chimney pipe.
And looking at 19.
That is a close-up of the fireplace for the upstairs.
And moving on. Let's look at number 20.
That is a close-up of inside the upstairs fireplace.
And can you kind of explain to the jury why it was you would have taken a photograph up close and at this angle?
This is basically showing that it appears to be a fire in the fireplace, or there's remnants of a fire in a fireplace because of the burnt wood inside.
That would be this object right here where my
correct.
How long was that in there? Was that night, that day?
And looking at 21.
Earlier?
21 are the sections of chimney pipe that I removed from the inside of the residence during the excavation, and that's where I stacked them.
22.
So 22. This photo, I've now stepped into the basement area through the center door of the basement. I've now rotated to the right 90 degrees. So if you look to the very tight left side of the photograph, that's going to be where the fireplace is. So this view is looking directly south to where there were two bedrooms, a downstairs bedroom and an upstairs bedroom. The floor is burned away. The floor, separating the first floor and the basement, is burned away in this area. You can see there's a window up and down. There should be a floor there to separate the first floor and the basement level.
Looking at 23.
So 23 is I've now turned 90 degrees back. So if I walked into the basement from the outside, I walked straight forward, and the solid charred wall on the left side, that is adjacent to the basement fireplace. I am documenting the location of the laundry room behind that wall. You can see 2x4 studs going up and down. There was a wall there. So just behind those studs, you can see just the outline of right there is the washer and dryer.
And we're looking at 24.
24 is I made my way back there and documented the dryer.
And 25.
So I've stepped back in the middle of the downstairs basement, facing east, because you can see the fireplaces. But I'm focusing more to the north or left in the area where the fuel oil furnace is located. Before we go to the next photo, you can notice just above the basement fireplace is a large 2x12 piece of structure that's black charred. And I'll show you why that's important in a second. Next photo.
What is this green that we can see here at the top of the photograph?
That is the roof. You're looking at the shingles from on top of the roof, specifically on the north side of the house. As it collapsed inward.
And in 26?
You can see the long charred board that I pointed out earlier that's above the basement fireplace. To the left of that is the remains of the furnace, the metal portion. That's the furnace.
And 27.
27 is a close-up of the furnace.
And 28?
28 is back outside in the front, documenting where the 1 gallon gasoline can is located.
And 29?
Is a close-up of the gasoline can that I eventually collected as evidence.
Just a moment, Your Honor, I'm sorry. So I'm going to show you Mr. Marks already admitted his people exhibit 18. Do you recognize that?
This is the gasoline can that I collected, and these are my initials on the tape seal.
Does it indicate what time it was you collected it?
It says I collected it at 1:40 p.m.
And that was on the 8th of January?
on the 8th.
Thank you. And just so everyone's clear, this is in a clear, crinkly kind of bag.
Yes, that bag is made out of nylon.
Is that important?
Yes.
Why is that?
You cannot put evidence that you're going to have the lab checked for presence of ignitable liquids in a plastic bag. It has to be in either a nylon bag or a metal paint can.
And can you explain why you can't use plastic bags or any other container?
One of the important reasons is when the lab tests these samples, they will put the sample bag and all into an oven to try to heat it up. If you did that with a plastic bag, the plastic bag would melt. And if the plastic bag melts, it can give off petroleum-based products.
So therefore, I can assume that that nylon bag doesn't melt.
That nylon bag does not melt at the temperatures that they're subject to in the lab.
Fair. Now, looking at People's Exhibit 34-30.
This is a shed located to the southwest of the main structure.
And why are you taking a picture of the shed?
I'm documenting that shed is there and is unburned.
And 31.
I am this is inside that shed, noting that this is an area where fuel cans are stored.
And I may have forgotten to ask this. We talked about you collecting the red gas can that was out in the front yard, correct?
Correct.
Why did you collect that?
At the point I collected it, I did not know if it was evidence but it could be potential evidence because it was found in an area not with the other cans.
And following your documentation with photographs, your inspections, your excavations, so on and so forth, did you also try to collect any samples in this case?
I did not.
Why not?
Because the area identified as the area of origin, the areas that I would have wanted to collect samples were gone. They were burned up. They didn't exist anymore.
And what would that have entailed if you could have collected?
It would have been the first floor, the flooring, any carpeting, any material on the first floor.
But your indication was those were totally consumed?
They are totally consumed, yes. Just as you can see by the earlier photographs from the basement up, there is no floor left.
And following your investigation at the scene, did you then go to another location on the 8th?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I went to the Van Buren County Sheriff's Department.
What was your purpose in going there?
To package evidence that they had collected from the scene the night before, clothing and other material that were on Todd Stermer that night.
Do you recall what those were?
There was blankets, there was a coat, there was some clothes that came from Linda Stermer herself. They were in the evidence room of the Sheriff's Department, and I went in there and packaged them into nylon bags.
And did you collect any other evidence when you were at the Sheriff's Department?
At the Sheriff's Department, they also had metal paint cans that were collected at the autopsy of Todd Stermer. I collected those at that also.
And were you responsible for then transporting those items to the State Police Crime Lab?
I did. I transported all those items to the crime lab in Grand Rapids on January 11th.
Your Honor, can we approach very briefly? Sir, as a fire scene investigator, are you familiar with something called the scientific method?
Yes.
What is that, please?
Scientific method is a basic, is the basic method that investigation should occur. More of a, not the nuts and bolts, but more of the mental process of doing an investigation.
Fair to say it's the process by which you arrive at your ultimate opinion in a case?
Yes.
And when conducting a fire scene investigation, are there two different conclusions that you must determine?
Yes.
What are those?
The first thing I must determine is the origin of the fire, where the fire starts, and then try to determine the cause or why it started.
Now, with respect to the scientific method, did you follow it in this case?
Yes.
And do you recall what the steps of the scientific method are?
The first two steps are determine a need or define a product, determine a need and find the problem, which is, we almost skip over those because it's always the same two things. There's a fire and the action that needs to be taken is to determine the origin and cause. The next step is to collect data. And data can be anything from observable patterns, witness interviews, lab samples, all the data. The next step is analyze the data. Data that I collected, observed, I look at it and try to determine what that means. The next step is to develop a hypothesis, a theory. I'm going to develop as many theories that I can initially.
Sorry, I said, sorry. I am pre-loading the binder with the witnesses per the witness list with their names for the trial. And then that way I have it pre-done. It works better for me.
All the theory for what I'm doing. If I'm doing the origin, I'm going to develop theories or hypotheses of all the areas where the fire could have started. Then once I've developed these hypotheses, I'm going to test these hypotheses or theories. And I'm going to use the data that I collected. I'm going to take all the data and see if that data fits in to these theories or hypotheses. And as I go through there, if there is data that doesn't fit a certain hypothesis, then either the data is wrong or if the data is right, that hypothesis cannot be right. If all the data cannot fit in to that hypothesis. And then at the very end, I take that last hypothesis, that becomes my final hypothesis. And again, I take all the data that's known, look at that hypothesis, and come to the final conclusion.
So with respect to what we've discussed here in court so far, you've gone through the first couple steps because you showed up to a fire scene, correct?
Correct.
As far as data collection, is that what we've also talked about here in court?
Yes.
And that would be your photographs, your scene examinations. Does that include your samples you may or may not have taken from a fire scene? Is that fair?
Yes.
Does that include witness statements as well?
Witness statements are very important.
And does that also include lab reports?
Lab reports are very important.
And in this specific case, did you recall receiving any laboratory reports related to the items you seized from Mr. Stermer or those you collected at the Sheriff's Department?
I did.
What was that, please?
The lab report, and I'm doing this without looking at the lab report myself. So the gray sweatpants that I collected on the 7th indicated positive for gasoline. The gasoline can that I collected tested positive for gasoline. The items that were packaged in the metal paint cans that came from autopsy, which included the left and right socks, the underwear, and a shirt, all tested positive for gasoline. Other items that were collected that I packaged myself in the Sheriff's Department evidence lab would have been the clothes from Linda Stermer, a blue blanket, a white blanket, and there may be another item that I packaged. Those items did not show the presence of ignitable liquid.
If Mr. Ernst has already testified here in court about his finding, we would rely upon those exact findings. Is that fair?
Yes.
Would you specifically recall the sweatpants, socks, and underwear of Mr. Stermer being positive for gasoline?
And the shirt.
And in addition to that, we talked about witness statements. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you made aware? Did you have an opportunity to review the statements of Linda Stermer?
I have.
What do you recall those being?
The witness statements from Linda Stermer as relates, and I was specifically looking as it relates to the fire. They're pretty consistent that she was in the basement doing laundry when she heard Todd Stermer scream. She goes up the stairs and looks into the living room, on the main floor living room. She sees the chair, the recliner chair on fire, and Todd on fire across the room towards the bedroom with a line of fire between the chair and Todd.
Thank you. Now, I may have gotten a little bit ahead of myself there, so I'm going to take a little step back. Let's talk about the area of origin if we can.
Okay.
Did you develop various hypotheses as far as what the area of origin may have been in the Stermer house?
The pretty standard, when I look at a house fire, the original hypothesis is the whole house. I look at the whole house as the fire starts here. And then through a process of elimination, I start examining each area and then decide if this is or if there's or is not the area of origin. Often when you start out, it's pretty easy. As you start, that's the key word. When you start, it's pretty easy to look at a room where there's no fire damage and say, fire didn't start here. So you cross it off and you start moving closer. And typically you're moving from the least fire damage to the most fire damage, with the most fire damage typically being where the fire starts.
So for instance, in this particular case, do you recall what your hypotheses were as far as the area of origin?
So the hypotheses for the area of origin, I broke down as east side of the structure, the south side of the structure, the basement, the living room, and the north side, which is going to be the kitchen dining room area.
All right, if we can work through those. Are those depicted in the photographs you have there in front of you?
Yes.
And if you can, let's start with the south side of the home. I think that was one of your hypotheses. Is that correct?
That is one, yes.
What photograph would be a good representation of that? Well, actually, strike that. Let me strike that. I apologize. Where would you have started?
I would have started at the front.
Let's go with that. What photograph would be best to start there? Then?
The front is 9. And we will probably go between 9 and 13.
All right, looking at 34-9. This is the front of the house, correct?
Correct.
What about, what considerations are you looking for in this photograph?
So in this photograph, I'm trying to look at fire spread. What did the fire do on this side or this exterior wall? So I look at the door, I look at the 2 windows. There's some minor sooting above the windows, but there's really no fire damage of significance to talk about. So that's telling me the fire didn't come out those windows. And if the fire would have started there, I would have expected that the fire to start to the east side. Now, as I'm doing this, also the thought process is comparative. So I'm going to compare the east room to the west room. Which one has worse fire damage? And that, because that changes scene to scene depending on the size and intensity of the fire. So for this case, that little bit of smoke coming out of that, it's going to be left or south window, is pretty minor compared to the rest of the structure. Now, if we can skip to picture 13. So this is the aerial. At the bottom of the photograph, you can see a small roof, which is the roof over the porch. And you can see it's still there. It's not burned. But more importantly, if you look just beyond the porch, you can see a wall section and a window. And again, there's no fire damage or no fire coming out of that window. So that's telling me, compared to the rest of the house, there isn't as much fire damage. Now, in a situation like this, it's very important to distinguish between fire damage and collapse damage. So we're going to see a lot of collapse damage. Roofs collapsed, the floors collapsed, but collapse damage is different than fire damage. So the fire is going to start, and that's going to cause the collapse. But we can see in this photo, the window where the wall is, it's a large section. It's collapsed, but it's still there. It's not burned. It's not burned away. We look directly to the right, which is going to be the northeast corner of the house. We can also see large sections, and underneath the snow is actually sections of the roof. The roof is collapsed in. So there's still a lot of unburned material there. I also looked in those windows and those holes. I told you I really couldn't get in to the east side, but I did stick my head in and take photographs inside, like those holes the fire department cut. I stuck my head in there and looked and determined the fire damage there was drastically less than the west side of the house. So with that, I was able to eliminate we're gonna call the the northeast quadrant as the area of origin.
Now, and the shame on me for failing to ask this, is there like a process by which a fire kind of progresses and spreads?
Yes, but that's a easy question that can lead to many complicated answers. Fire spread can be determined by fuel source, by ventilation, by location. So that's like a simplistic question where it can be very complicated as information comes forward.
Is there a way that a fire consumes a piece of fuel? For instance, well, strike that. We'll get to that later. With respect to collapse damage, you talked about that. What causes collapse damage?
Well, in my line of work, I'm not a structural engineer. So when I see collapse damage, it is a result of the fire. But the collapse is from the fire burning away structural members, floor, center beam of the rafters. You see a lot of roof collapse because it burns away the peak where the trusses are, and then that makes the roof collapse. Or floor beams. Floor beams will be consumed, and that'll make the floor above them collapse.
Thank you. Now, when it comes to, so we just talked about, I think you said the northeast quadrant of the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you were able to eliminate that as the area of origin?
Correct.
Where's the next place you would have progressed to?
I would have progressed to the south side.
South side?
The south side.
Okay.
So the south side, we can specifically see the roof is still there. It's still up. Let's switch over to photo 10. And we'll go back to 13.
Excuse me?
10.
10? Oops, I'm too far. There we go.
So 10 is the south side of the structure. Again, I'm looking at the windows. There is fire coming out of the windows, more of the first floor than the basement. If you look at the basement windows, there's not even sooting on those windows. You look to the first floor windows, you can see there is some smoke, some light fire that melted the vinyl siding. And above that is going to be the attic space. And you can see where the fires burned through the attic space. This is telling me there's not a lot of fire in those rooms on the other side of those windows because the fire is not trying to vent out those windows. Vent is a fire department, both a firefighting and a fire investigation term, is where the fire is trying to get more oxygen to burn. The fire, most of us know that a fire needs oxygen to burn. And that's how come if you throw a big pile of leaves on top of a campfire, it doesn't really do anything because the leaves have smothered the oxygen away. So now let's go back to 13 again. So 13, we can see the roof is still there. The roof hasn't collapsed. It didn't burn away. The only area is on the west side of the center line. Prosecutor Blair, if you could just zoom the area where that small burn area.
This area here?
That area right there, yes.
Certainly.
Yes. So out of that roof section, this is the area of this section that is burned away. So I've noticed that this section is directly across from the living room versus the section on the other, and the center is the ridge line. The section to the south, or excuse me, to the east or to the bottom of the photograph, that is on the other side of the ridge line. That is significant because when fire gets into an attic space, regardless where, it's going to go to the peak. You start a fire anywhere in the attic space, it's going to hit the roof section, it's going to hit the roof deck, and it's going to go up to the peak. And as it does that, it's going to start burning there. So we're going to have fire damage from where it enters the attic space going to the peak. So in this case, the fire is entering the attic on the west side of the peak. And you can see right at the very bottom, you can see the outline of the living room fireplace.
That'd be in this area here?
Yes, that's the living room fireplace. That at this point, that is just for reference purposes.
Thank you.
So that helps me eliminate that. Now, remember the other photo from the inside. We're still talking about the south section. Let's look at photo 22.
Minutes or so. So whenever you can find a good spot between now and 5 minutes.
This is probably a good spot right now,
Okay.
actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, they went ahead and stopped. Okay, I find those photos interesting, and I'm going to go back over those in private. I want to blow them up. I really want to get a good look at them. Some of those fire photos, it's really crazy, y'all. I've been on a fire where 100% was burned. It was a mobile home. The sides went this way or caved in. The roof was flat. And the only thing that survived was the Bible. I know, it was crazy. I have a picture of it. I couldn't believe it. It was kind of cray-cray. But it was right next, it was on the, as soon as you went in the door, there was a couch to your left, and between the door and the couch was a small round wooden like end table, and the Bible was on it, and that was the only thing. The door wasn't standing. The frame was barely there, and it was like charred on the edges, but the inner pages were perfect. I was shocked. Okay, guys, we're going to have some fun coming up. We've got some changes coming up. We've got a lot of things happening that's going to be coming up for the good. If you are not a member and you want to be a part of our Members Only Live, you need to become a member. Doesn't matter what level, just as long as you're a member, we can do that. So let's do this drawing. We are ending the 411. Hallelujah. Okay, Swan, you won again. Woohoo! Good girl. Good for you. Okay, guys, so here's the deal. Tomorrow we'll be on for Simma-Tilly. I know this trial, I think, starts an hour earlier, but I've got to get some planning done. I've got to get some homework done. I need to have time to get things done so I'm not doing dual duty here. And I know some people are frustrated with me doing dual duties, whether I'm working on homework and doing this or whatever. It's just this particular trial has taken an insanely long time when it should not have. It should have been over with. I didn't plan for this to go this long. I only planned like 3 weeks for this cases. I thought I was going to have some time between the two for Monica Simma-Tilly and the Karen Reed.
Lori Daybell hit. Yeah. And then I lost my dog and I got a lot of stuff I got to clean up in here. I got to get this ready for trial for Karen Reed. We could be into trial next week on Karen Reed. They have 10 right now. They could get there's 7 or 6 or whatever tomorrow. So we could very plausibly be into trials starting Monday. So I'm going to take this weekend to get the studio rearranged a little bit, cleaned up, try and get things done. I have, this is my binder from the last trial, beginning to end, witnesses and notes, beginning to end. So I am setting up, I may have to, I don't have the big tabs for this unless I go dig for them. So I may have 2 binders, but I've got the first 45 listed. What I'm doing is I'm putting their names on the top. So I don't have to look for the spelling. It's already done. I'll have my list up. We are getting organized. And I wish, and I don't know if any of y'all know how to do this. If you do, let me know. I would love to have a bingo card made with different witnesses, different wording, different things like solo cup, broken glass, weird words, some of the things that were not on our bingo card last trial that came up. And I'd love to have y'all be able to download them and kind of play a bingo along with the trial. I don't know. I want to do something fun. So if anybody's good and or knows how to make bingo cards with different witnesses' names or keywords, dog bite, dog mouth impression, dog, I don't know. If anybody's good at that kind of stuff, I need somebody to make it. And I'd like to have like 4 or 5 different cards. And then what I'll do is people can go into Discord and say, I want a card, and I'll just send you a random card. But we need at least 4 or 5 of them. Methodologies would be one. Bro would be one. In my humble opinion, because I'll say that a lot in that trial. I did last time. But if anybody can do that for me, I will bless you with a gift card. I'd love to have 10 different cards. So not everybody's winning. And then what we'll do is if you win a bingo, every bingo line you win, I will put you in for a special Karen Reed drawing. And I will give away something special. I can't give this away. This is special to me. But we'll do something fun. But if anybody knows how to do that or can figure it out, minimum 5, ideally 10 of those cards would be fabulous. And if you need the witness list and all of that, I would be happy to reward you for it. I'm going to put that out there. Hey, you said duty. Yeah, that would work. Me. You can do that for me, honey? Okay, well, we'll see. Whoever jumps on it. A couple of you can make them because the more the merrier because it's better. We can put Karen Reed on top. And if you want to use pictures like a solo cup picture or a leaf blower or maybe the logo for her car, I don't know. But we have a couple of days to get that done. That would be fun. That would be a blast. I think that would be cool to play, and anybody can play. There's no restrictions. You just need to be able to download it from Discord when I send it to you, or you can do my email. All right, guys. So for today, thank you very much. Tomorrow is going to be a wonderful day. We are going to hopefully get through with the closing arguments. I don't know. I know Ronnie's got a lot going on right now, June. I don't expect to see a whole lot of her late in the next few hours or day or so. And she does a lot for me, so it'd be nice for somebody else to pick up the plate. But bingo cards, minimum of 5, the more the merrier. They can be just slightly different, different words on each one. No one identical would be great. But anyway, y'all have a fabulous night. Remember, everybody's having a hard time. If you see somebody in the store that's not smiling and struggling, just look at them and give them a smile. Be kind to a stranger. You never know. You may need a stranger to be kind to you. And been there myself. So with that, y'all have a fabulous night. Oh, I did the drawing. Okay. Thank you so much for sticking with me, hanging in there with me. I feel like I'm trying to come out of the funk after losing my sister and then my dog. So there you go. Where do you sign up to be a member? Go to YouTube next to where it says chat, where you have a comment. You have a dollar bill. Here, I'll show you. I share. So you can sheesh. Yes. Oh, I hate this view. Okay, if you come over here, you see that dollar bill. You click on it. Memberships, click on it. And then the memberships start at 99 cents and go up 99, 299, 499, 999, something like that. I can't click on it. Membership gifting. Some people can gift memberships. Here's where you do your super sat and your super stickers. Some people don't know those things, so might as well go over it. I want to say thank you to our fabulous mods. Ronnie, you did a fabulous job today. As always, you have been my ride or die, and I love you. She has been with me since almost day one. Well, she was one of my first mods. Yana, you are doing fabulous. June, you're an honorary mod. You've done great. Thank you so much, Karate Cat Mom, Gerald, all of you. I can't list all of the names, but I want to say thank you to Journey. Toxic Orchid is a mod. I think she just went and laid down with that baby. If she's smart, that's what she would have done. But anyway, y'all, thank you very much. Have a good night. We'll see you here 11:30, maybe 11, depending on what's happening. If anything hits the court documents with Karen Reed, we'll come on a little early. In the meantime, y'all, great night. Sleep well. Karate Cat Mom. If you know how to do it on the app, go for it. Intent. All right, we'll figure it out.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.